We'd like to welcome everyone out this evening. So it is August 18th, 2025. It is 6 o'clock p.m. and time for our regularly scheduled city council meeting. So we will begin our meeting with an invocation offered by Phil Whitbeck, who's the chaplain of the Caldwell Fire Department. So Phil is not here, so actually we'll have Mr. Porter come forward and please offer the invocation. If you please stand for that invocation, and then please remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'd just like to tell you how much I love my wife. This is our 48th anniversary this evening, and I appreciate her so much. And she is my strength and my light, and I'm nobody without her. So with that, we will... I wish I could say that this is the first council meeting that we've attended on our anniversary, but I think this is about the third, so let's pray. Father God, we thank you for your kindness to us. And God, we ask tonight that you would be with Pastor Phil and with the other members of the fire department who are out working a fire as we speak. God, protect them, keep them safe, keep them from harm. Help them to protect the home, protect the family, if that's the nature of their call. God, we pray for the business before us tonight. May we use the best part of our minds and our hearts as we address these issues. Thank you for these men and women who serve us so well. We thank you for your presence with us. We thank you that Caldwell is such a beautiful place to live. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Jim. We appreciate that and appreciate your amazing wife as well, and congratulations. So, because, yeah, as you mentioned, I was like, I remember him being here before and saying that, so I can vouch that you have been here for other council meetings on your anniversary, so thank you so much for what you do. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Councilor Doty?
Here.
Councilor Stotty?
Here.
Councilor Register?
Here.
Councilor Williams?
Here.
Councilor Allgood?
Here.
Councilor Dittenberg?
Here.
Good. All council members are present and accounted for. Are there any conflict of interest declarations from any members of the council regarding an item on the agenda this evening?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor.
even though I do not see it as a direct conflict of interest, and nor do I intend to declare a conflict of interest or abstain from voting, item number 20 on the consent agenda is a housekeeping item with regard to the annexation of the housing authority.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate you making that clarification in that regards. So with that, we'll move into audience participation. And I believe that there's nobody signed up on audience participation, so that'll move us right into the consent calendar. I know that we do have an amendment to that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Doty.
make a motion to move item 8 from the consent calendar to new business for further discussion.
Very good. So we have a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddick to move item 8 from the consent calendar to new business. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor of that say aye.
Aye.
Very good. That motion passes. So then do we have a motion for approval of the consent calendar as amended?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion from Councilor Stoddick. and a
Mr. Mayor, A point of order before we go.
Yes.
I see that there is another item to amend the description of the ordinance that had a misprint. Do we need to read that into the record?
Councilor, our city clerk.
It's not technically an amendment.
Oh.
The information that was noticed is correct. There was just a summation error in the description of the ordinance. So as long as your motion, and back me up on this, Mr. Attorney, as long as your motion to either support or deny the ordinance has the correct number in it, then we should be good.
Yeah. Very good. So I think, yeah, just that there's clarification of that correct number in that regards. So, okay, very good. Thank you so much for ensuring that, Councilor Dittenberg. Okay, so with that, so again, we do have a motion from Councilor Stoddick and a second from Councilor Doty for approval of the consent calendar as amended, as well as clarification of that correction of the misprint on that number, which was, again, noticed the correct manner. So with that, is there any discussion on that motion? Then voting will be open. See if we can warm up on that, so. Okay, very good. So, Counselor Stoddard is having some issues with that, so we'll go ahead and close the voting on the screen. And that does pass, and again, Counselor Stoddard did indicate that he was a yes in that as well, so that does pass unanimously for approval of the consent calendar. There is no old business before us this evening, so that moves us right into new business. So action item number 1 is consideration of the Caldwell City budget for fiscal year 2026.
Mayor, so I'm going to give you a brief overview of the total budget and be happy to answer any questions along the way. So just kind of go through the overview of the budget, the personnel changes, any changes that I made after the workshops were finalized, the use of fund balance, and then the final property tax numbers. So within the total budget, total expenditures are $181,484,248. And then total revenues are $148 million. And then use of fund balance is about $32 million. And this budget, it funds upgrades to the CEC Center parking lots, the cemetery mausoleum, 4 traffic signals, which includes 24th and Blaine, Fire Station 2, Linden and Aviation, and Linden and Indiana. It does investments in the fire and police training grounds. It provides police with the real-time crime center and the investment in their drones. For parks, it provides expansion of the Bushfield parking lot, additional autonomous mowers, and a design plan for upgrades to the Memorial Tennis Courts. For golf, it provides new golf carts and a new sweeper. For the downtown, it provides a second trash compactor. And for streets, it's some new roundabouts and pedestrian improvements, all in line with our capital improvement plan. And for sewer and water, investments in both repair and maintenance and continued operations and expansion of our new growth. So I believe that all of these investments are directly related to operations and growth of the city. Within general fund specifically, so total revenue within general fund was just about $49 million, with total expenditures just right above $52 million. As you can see, we are using some fund balance there. So we have a $3 million transfer out for the creation of the capital building fund. $250,000 for a review of all city buildings for deferred maintenance, and then $500,000 for a new roof for the police building. Those are specific line items that create that fund balance use. All the rest of the ongoing and operating are all covered within current revenues. So. Also within this general fund was the addition of the in-house attorney's office. So that is definitely a new addition instead of having that contract attorney. For new positions, we have 10 new full-time positions and 1 new part-time position listed here. And then on top of that, we did reclass several positions within the budget. For example, within the parks budget, we reclassed a parks maintenance specialist into a city forester, and working with several other departments to do that instead of just asking for new positions. For personnel changes, we funded a $1.25 COLA for all employees, and within fire, the CLA allowed for that $1.25 as well as the $500 merit increase. So for fire, it was just directly within the CLA, but for everybody else, it's a $500 merit increase that will be part of an evaluation with HR. For health insurance, the employer side, so the city-funded side, increased 4%. However, employee premiums will not increase. They'll stay the same. In the police budget, we're moving all FLSA from the 160 hours to the 80 hours. We funded a new holiday, Veterans Day, and then we did split out police and fire holiday worked from overtime and included that in the budget as well. I will say the fire labor agreement was finalized, and it was great to work with them. As to changes from the budget workshops to the final budget, we had some increases in revenue. This is based off of both updates of fees and just reviewing trends of where the city is going currently. Property tax came in just a little bit more than expected, about 20,000, and so that was applied to police and fire. And then we did have some minimal budget adjustments that included some contracts that were not renewed or came in lower than what we had originally budgeted for. In addition to that, I know that the animal shelter costs were being discussed quite a lot. We did increase that line item from 70,000 to 270,000. And that additional amount currently is coming from fund balance. We did update the vehicle leases within the capital funds since that was approved during the budget workshops, and then realign some of the capital projects from operating funds to capital funds, or use of impact fees if that was eligible. So within the use of fund balance, you can kind of see by fund each of the uses of fund balance. The biggest being the wastewater treatment plant fund. There's quite a few projects that are budgeted there. Excuse me. That allow for use of fund balance, and there's significant fund balance available there to help with that. I always look at this use of fund balance to make sure that we're not overdoing it, that we're still prepared with our reserves. We're still looking at where we're at. So within general fund, I know we talked a lot about the fund balance. You can see that's less than what we have with the 5 million that we had roll over from fiscal year 24. So we're still maintaining our 30% plus a little bit more. So there is still available amounts there. We're not budgeting that full amount of fund balance. And then within property tax, I apologize that it's so small, but you can kind of see this is a trend on a $350,000 home with a $125,000 homeowners exemption. So the trend from 22 all the way until 2026. And so for 2025 and 2026, that does include our bond, our 2024 fire bond. And so you can see where the amount of property tax that Caldwell has been levying has been decreasing, as well as the levy rate has been decreasing. And then one thing, this is the calculation for all the property tax, and then on the right-hand side is the total amounts going by fund to which departments. But I do want to just talk about the values for a second. So last year, our property tax value, including URA, was about 8.2 billion. This year, our base is 9.25 billion, and then new construction was 339 million, and annexation was 8.1 million. This is the biggest factor on why we see a lot of the levy rate dropping, because we are levying, our property tax budget amount is increasing, but the reason why the levy rate is decreasing is because the property values are going up. So, and that's all I have on the 2026 budget.
Very good. Thank you so much, Raylyn. And also, we do want to recognize several of our appointed officials, directors are here in the audience as well. I'll try not to miss any. I know I see Michelle, our HR director, Scott, our director of aviation, Sean Sopoaga, representing the police department, our deputy chief, Tiffany DeFrance, our Parks and Rec director, Lacey, the director at the library, our library director, Ron McDonald, our public works director. I think there's Steve Jenkins right there as well that I see, our economic development director on that. And I hope I did not miss any of our, and fire chief is somewhere. So, okay. Oh, yes, and then obviously we have Robin Collins, who's here constantly, and then obviously Ray Lynn and Oscar and Debbie and Christina over there. So we do want to recognize all of them and for all their hard work, and all the staff here that's as well. But do appreciate you directors and appointing officials being here this evening in case questions did come up. So thank you so much. So with that, turn it over to council for any questions. Councilor Doty.
Mr. Mayor, just one for Raylan. I think a lot of us understand it up here, but clearly the most criticism that we get is the revenues coming in versus what's going out. So can you just explain a little bit more that we're not putting the city at risk, so to speak, with that, and why those revenues are there and the expenses from the accounts? Thank you.
Yeah, so every year we set a budget, and it's kind of expected, but things happen. For example, turnover in staff, or when we go out to bid, items come in less than what we budgeted for, which is fantastic for the city because we do not go out and try to spend more. We actually retain that in fund balance, we retain that in cash. And so we're able to use that as fund balance on one-time projects going forward. And so it allows us to, use one-time revenues that previously were received on projects that are still needed and within the city, especially in our enterprise funds, such as water and sewer. Those funds are expected to carry a significant fund balance and maintain all of their property, all the sewer lines, all the water lines, repair and maintenance, as well as expansion. And so it's very important to keep a significant fund balance within those funds. And then as projects come up, we budget for them. So the way I kind of look at it and make it a little bit easier to see is that when you're doing a house project, you're not going to go and work or get a second job to pay for a house project. You're going to pull it from savings instead of just work more hours to pay for it. And so that's kind of what we've done with a lot of these funds is we've built up a little bit of a savings so that then we're not having to increase fees so significantly to pay for these projects.
Or taxes.
Or taxes.
Councilor Strada.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ray Lynn, and maybe HR can answer this, but on the slide that you had for HR relative to not hiring any more people, but increasing perhaps the classification of the people that we have because they're doing more work.
Yeah, so within the budget and the personnel changes, we did, HR, when Michelle came in, significantly did an analysis to look at job descriptions for a lot of people that were missed in the cost and comp study. And so there is wage increases for them within the budget because there are so many people that just were misclassified or misleveled within the city. And so that is a big part of the salary increase this year.
So in the end, instead of hiring more people, it still saves the taxpayers some money. Is that correct?
Yeah, because I do think that every department looks at efficiencies first, whether that's software or looking at part-time first, or whatever that could be to help provide that service before adding a personnel, including taking current personnel that maybe we're not able to fill, or that we look at a higher priority, such as the city forester, and changing that job description to provide that service instead.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Register.
Yes, so I actually have some questions about the quiet zone. And I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask them or if I wait for like a further discussion. Okay, so the part of the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's my understanding that once we approve this money, that when the project comes up, there's no public hearing, there's no conversation about it, it's just a city project that we've already earmarked money for. So I understand we've earmarked, I think, $400,000 for the quiet zone. And I do have concerns, which these aren't really your concerns. I mean, it's probably not so much for you, but I just want to state, I guess, some of my concerns and then my questions that maybe you'll be able to answer. The first thing is that I'm very curious if we've only earmarked $270,000 to the animal shelter, if it is more appropriate, and this is not maybe a question you can answer, but council, to take that money away from the quiet zone and earmark it for animal shelter services, since we still don't have an answer on what's happening. So is $270,000 going to be enough to get us through the year for the animal shelter? Because, and maybe that's more, maybe you can take notes and answer my questions when I'm done, but maybe it's more of a question for you, is do we have an answer to that? Because if not, do we have another place where if for some reason we don't end up being able to have a contract with the current animal shelter, and we have to either create our own area or we have to have a contract with somebody else, do we have money left over for that somewhere else? Or is this a good place to not necessarily maybe cancel the project altogether, but say, look, before we decide on this quiet zone, we're going to put money away for the animal shelter, make sure that's taken care of, and then we'll decide what to do in the future. So part of the concerns that I have about the quiet zone is that we know that Union Pacific does not support quiet zones. They believe that the quiet zones compromise the safety of railroad employees, customers, and the general public, but they do follow federal law with whatever provisions are in there if municipalities decide to have their quiet zones. But one thing that I did find out in doing some research is that when, as a municipality, if we create a quiet zone, we then assume all liability. So if there's a crash, we're on the hook because we've done the quiet zone. So Union Pacific, as far as I can tell, steps out of it at that point. And if a crash happens in a quiet zone area, the city's on the hook. So with that, my question is, do we have a number on any increase to our ICRIMP insurance if we institute a quiet zone? Because it looks like from everything that I've seen that it does increase the insurance almost. Some reports I've read have said double. So I don't know if that's true or not. And then are we already having an increase to our ICRIMP? So I'm trying to figure out what the total increase would be with any increases we might have, plus any increases we might have to insure the quiet zone area. And then the other things that we have to look at are the ongoing costs, which sound like there's costs for just the upkeep with the medians, signage, pavement markings, pavement conditions have to be a certain way, if there's reflective posts. And then I read something that said that it looks like the railroad is also, that they also bill the city for their portion of the costs tied to quiet zone modifications. So I'm looking for answers on that. But I'm really looking at the amount for the ongoing maintenance, the increase in insurance, if there is one, and then if we have somebody, or if this is going to be created, who's going to be responsible for keeping track of the ongoing inspections, record keeping, the FRA certifications, and if it's not in their job description now, how much more that strains that job, or if we have to create another job for that. But again, going back to the animal shelter, I really think that that money would be better earmarked for that project in general.
So I can answer a couple of those questions, but then I would bring up Mr. Mills to talk about further the quiet zone. So as to where funding would come from, if the contract for the animal shelter came in more than the 270, like I said, we do have money, additional funds that we could use from the fund balance. On top of that, we do also set aside contingency funds every year in the budget, that this would be an appropriate use of contingency funds as well, which would come back before City Council. So those would be the two suggestions on the funding mechanism on the additional animal shelter costs if that came back higher. As to ICRIMP, we get those amounts every year from ICRIMP, and so I think I don't have those numbers off the top of my head of what that would be, and that's all I can say on that one. So
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mills, you mind coming forward?
Okay, let me see if I can answer some of those questions. Compromising safety, actually establishing the quiet zone with the improvements we have to make, it actually lowers the risk at each of the crossings. In fact, I just got the approval letter for the quiet zone from the Federal Railroad Administration last week, and in that they note that the risk factor, the higher the number, the more risky things are, would go from 28,000 down to 17,600 because of the establishment of the curbs that will no longer allow vehicles to go around the gates. So that's the first item. Liability, I am not aware of any additional liability to the city, nothing in the documents I've studied and read as I put this together. In fact, the trains still have the ability, if they see people or vehicles on the tracks, they can still blow their horns, even after the quiet zone's in place. If they see danger ahead of them, they have the ability to do that. There will be, fortunately, with the methods we're using, there are no railroad costs to establish this quiet zone, so they won't be charging us any money for this quiet zone. We don't have to put any fancy gates or anything like that in there. The curbs, we're putting in at our own costs. And with that, the only ongoing maintenance we'll have is that we're putting up some signs, and we will be putting in these concrete medians. So is there maintenance to that? Maybe a little bit, but very, very minor. We do have to turn in a report to the railroad once this is established, every 2.5 to 3 years, where we basically just go out and verify that everything's still in place and still working functionally, and turn in a report that way. So I think that I caught them all, but if you have more questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do you know if there's an increase in insurance?
I'm not aware of any extra insurance requirements for this, nothing and I went through the whole procedure, and there was nothing about additional liability to the city or insurance requirements.
Well, okay, because I was reading on the Union Pacific website that they specifically say that they don't, or that they feel that quiet zones compromise the safety and so on. But I guess my question is then, maybe it's for the city attorney or somebody, have we reached out to see if ICRIMP would charge an extra, is there any extra fee through ICRIMP to cover us if we do this? Have we found out?
I have not reached out to anyone because I'm not aware of any extra fees that would be in place for this.
Okay, so for me, I feel like it would be more prudent to reach out and just make sure that there's not going to be an increase in our coverage, or not our coverage, but our cost. Because I read a few different articles where the insurances had gone up, and again, these are in different states, so I don't know if it would apply here. But if we do have an increase in our ICRIMP fees, it would seem that we should probably know that before we, do anything further. Now, I know that tonight is just earmarking the money,
Sure.
and the rest of that can sort of be figured out as we go. But I'm only bringing it up now because the mayor had said we were not going to talk about it later because it's
Sure.
a city project, so.
And I will say this, that you have one more opportunity when we put this out to bid to contractors to approve the contract at that point for the work to move forward for the quiet zone or not.
So I was told that we were using city resources like the street department, so we wouldn't be doing an RFP.
I'm sorry, say that again? That
Well,
the
I
work-
was told that part of the reason we weren't having another public hearing was because once the money is approved, we're just using our street department to do it. Is that correct?
So, no, and I know we talked with Ray Lynn also on this, so what the money obviously the budget's being approved tonight, and so with that, there wouldn't be like a specific approval for the quiet zone. So kind of what Mr. Mills is talking about is like when that goes out to bid, that comes back to the council to approve that final allocation to that company that's been chosen to do the
Correct.
work. Would that be
To
accurate?
to establish the concrete medians, that type of thing. That wouldn't be done by our forces. We don't have that ability. We'll do some striping, install some signs, but the majority of the work, which is the concrete medians, would be done by a contractor, and we'd have to bring that contract forward for your approval.
But that's also not a public hearing, right?
Yeah, typically not, so
Okay.
not with this one and that. And so I would say in regards to the concern for with ICRIMP and the data that Mr. Mills presented, that the risk actually goes down. So if ICRIMP were to increase our rates, they would obviously have to show the decrease in safety, the increase in liability, and this sounds like it's the opposite of that. So that would be very difficult for them to say, we're going to charge you more because you're making it more safe.
Okay, well,
So-
so I don't want to assume what ICRIMP is going to say or not say. So what I would feel better about is if there's any way to have this particular item removed from the budget so we can get those questions answered and then bring it back and have that conversation, which seems to feel more responsible. And then also have that conversation about whether or not this money would be better used for the animal shelter and whatever might come of that.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Any, Counselor Allgood?
I have a question for Ray Lynn. So Ray Lynn, does this budget include taking foregone revenue?
This does not take foregone. Let me bring back up the property tax, I want to explain something. And so there's a line that says foregone, says / URA.
There's headlines out there saying we are, and I just want to make
And,
sure we're clear.
So we were notified by the tax commission that let me pull it up here. So you can see on line 9, it says URA / foregone. So we were notified by the tax commission in the county that when the east area closed 2 years ago, we received 80% of that property value as part of our budget, which was about $3 million, just above $3 million. The tax commission, in reading the state code, made an error and said it should have been 90. And so this is the additional 10% of that property value to give us back. So it's not foregone. This is URA closeout funds. And so this money, the $442,482, that is on top of the 8%. It doesn't count towards the 8%, similar to what happened in 2023, 2024. And so I apologize that I did not make that clear.
So, and just thank you, that helps a great deal, that's what I was after. So our foregone money still resides there, we haven't lost anything.
That is
We're
correct.
just not taking it.
Yeah, so the foregone money, it's just over $3 million, is not being levied today at all,
Okay,
so.
that's what I was after, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Stoddard.
Just clarification for Counselor Allgood. On foregone, we haven't collected it either, so it's not there for us to use yet.
Right.
So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this time? Counselor Williams?
Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion. If there's no more comments, I move to
So,
sponsor.
actually, we do have public testimony we're going to take on
All
that,
right.
so.
I didn't
and then-
realize it was a public hearing.
So we are going to allow for that, so we do want to provide the public the opportunity to do that. So we actually do only have one person, however, signed up, so we may be able to get to you sooner than later. So the one individual, so nobody did sign up in support or against. We do have one signed up neutral, Jean. So yes, if you please come forward, and if you could just state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Jean Kreidbring. I chose neutral, but I do have one concern, the quiet zone in the budget. According to the Federal Railroad Administration, a more appropriate description of a designated quiet zone would be reduced train horn area. Furthermore, FRA strongly recommends that all crossings in the quiet zone be reviewed by a diagnostic team. In transparency, has the city completed this step? I'd even like to know whose idea it was to go through this timely and expensive process. There has to be conditions concerning the risk index, supplemental safety measures, or alternative safety measures in order to create a quiet zone. Today, there are 1,016 quiet zones across the nation, according to James Payne of the FRA. On the National League of Cities website, it stated, establishing a quiet zone requires careful navigation of federal regulations. Communities must comply with FRA standards, ensuring that safety measures are in place when train horns are silenced. This often means substantial infrastructure upgrades, such as installing additional gates, medians, and signage to maintain public safety. Also stated, once a quiet zone is approved, continuous evaluation is necessary to monitor safety data and address any emerging concerns. As the populations around these grade crossings grow, The existing equipment may no longer be suitable for the amount of traffic that is now navigating those grade crossings on a daily basis. Said James Payne, quote, "On the enforcement side, over the last couple of years, we've actually started terminating certain quiet zones, and we have implemented another policy to where we will show up, we will do inspections, and we will bring the public authority and railroad with us, and we will point out everything that we find in non-compliance." End quote. Let me repeat, the FRA has started terminating certain quiet zones. To me, this could have the parking meter debacle written all over it. Spend the money and then have it taken away. There are only 3 other quiet zones in Idaho, all in northern Idaho near Sandpoint. Have you reached out to Bonner County to see how it has worked and the continued expense? Basically, the rules for establishing a quiet zone are extensive and implementing them can get expensive. Right now, I-CRIMP liability insurance for 2026 is $910,888, an increase of 21%. Can the city afford more liability if there are accidents in the quiet zones that the city forked out money to build? So the city is going to spend money on railroad infrastructure, but they can't have all the necessary Caldwell infrastructure in place concerning our roads, traffic, or public safety. I'm finding this an inappropriate use of city monies, as there are definitely more pressing needs. Decisions you make today can affect the city's budget for years to come. Please remove the quiet zone from consideration. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jean. Appreciate that. Okay, as mentioned, Jean was the only one that had signed up to speak. So with that, we'll go ahead and close public testimony at this time, and then Councilor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, I move to sponsor Bill 52, Ordinance 3704, adopting the fiscal year 2026 appropriation ordinance for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, appropriating the sum of $181,484,248 to defray the expense and liabilities of the city of Caldwell, Idaho for said fiscal year, authorizing a levy of sufficient tax upon the taxable property and specifying the objects and purposes for which said appropriation be made, with a request to move for its passage by title only and approved for publication.
Good, thanks so much. So do we have a second? So we have a motion from Councilor Williams with a second from Councilor Denber for, again, this is for passage of Bill 52, Ordinance 3704, which is effectuating the FY 2026 appropriated ordinance for the budget beginning October 1st, 2025. And again, just to repeat, for the sum of $181,484,248. So that is the motion. So with that, is there any discussion on that motion? Councilor Register, and then we'll go to Councilor Sutter.
To the Finance Department, Raylene, I think you guys do an amazing job, and I know how hard you work, and I think you do the budget all year round. I think it starts, like, as soon as this gets approved, I think you'll start tomorrow on the next one, and so I hope everybody knows how hard you work and how much effort you put into this and how really good you are about answering questions and being clear, so thank you for that. In saying that, when I vote against it, it has nothing to do with you or your effort. My sole concern is that, one, I'm disappointed that this council is not removing something like the quiet zone to have a public hearing, public feedback, and to get, most importantly, the insurance cost questions answered. I feel like we should know what we might be looking at in our insurance costs, what we might be looking at in maintenance costs, because what I'm reading online is different than what we've heard tonight. And I feel like it's irresponsible to just vote for a budget and hope for the best later once this is done and our insurance rates go up and we're not prepared. And then also, of course, I really, truly wish that we could take this money and earmark it for animal services, because if we run into a problem where we cannot care for the animals of this community, along with the growth that brings more animals, nobody's going to care if a train horn is going down in these downtown businesses, because you're going to be infested with cats and dogs and whatever else. So I really wished that the council would come together on this one thing and have that conversation, but I can see that is not a thing. So I just wanted to explain to you my position on that. I think you've done a wonderful job, but I feel like there's a responsibility for us to have those questions answered before we move forward.
Mr. Mayor, I was just curious if our good knowledgeable friend, Mr. Ruin, has any experience in his background relative to quiet zones and ICRM insurance increases?
I am familiar that Sandpoint has them, and to my knowledge, they've had them for several years or maybe a decade, and they haven't encountered any issues with them up there. The communities up in North Idaho have seen just a huge increase in the amount of train traffic coming through there that prompted them to want to go in the direction of the quiet zones. And I know that they're very, very popular in the communities up there. So it was citizen-driven that the cities go in that direction to have them, and they're very popular in those communities. So.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm not aware of any issues that they've had relative to their ICRM coverage, so, or rates.
Okay. Just so everybody knows, Mr. Ruin used to work for the Idaho Association of Cities, and we are blessed to have him because of his knowledge, so thank you, sir.
And is from Bonner County originally too, so I know whereof I speak.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Justin. Any other questions? Okay, very good. So with that, again, the motion before council is for approval of Bill 52, Ordinance 3704, adopting the FY 2026 budget. So with that, voting is open at this time. And we got the batteries changed, it looks like, so it's working. Very good. So all votes are cast, and voting is closed, and that motion does pass with 5 in favor and 1 in opposition, with Council Register being the lone council person voting against, with the other 5 voting in favor. That will move us into action item number 3. This is for considering proposed fees for the city of Caldwell. Raylyn, back to you.
Do want to talk about is when I talk to the departments about fees and we look at costs, not only do we look at the direct costs, so what makes the department operational, but also the indirect costs. I think this is important just because a lot of times between indirect and direct, those don't always, people are like, what causes the water service? Well, it's not just the guys going out and installing water pipe, and it's not just utility billing. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that may not charge the water fund directly. However, it still is what helps the water department be operational. So a lot of fees, we look at those, and it's really the total cost of that service or function provided. And if there's not a fee, usually that function or service is covered by property tax or sales tax. So for the Caldwell Executive Airport, there was no fees on the land lease rates. The only fee that was brand new this year was the new fee of the Hubler office lease space for shared areas. Just because the director has been really great about bringing people in from the outside and allowing them to lease that office space in there as a new revenue source for the executive airport. The building department fees, the community development director went ahead and reformatted those. They used to be included in Public Works, but they are now separate. They really are, there's been some increases and some decreases. It's, we're really looking at the fees comprehensively. Are we charging too much? Are we charging too little? Or what's the actual cost of the service? So, and then we did add some new fees for specific services that we haven't been charging for. Also, you'll see throughout the copy fee, which looks pretty significant, but that is throughout gone up just because we have started leasing and the cost of ink has gone up as well. So you'll see that go from 15 cents to 30 cents. For the Canyon Hill Cemetery, we really looked at what other cemetery districts are charging. We're right in the middle. We're not charging as much as some, and we're charging more than others. As you know, we passed an ordinance that put a sunset into the perpetual care fund. And so we did increase like the mausoleum cost to cover the cost of the new mausoleum purchase, as well as minimal increases to cover the operational costs. Within the city clerk fees, we just looked at a lot of the current processes and the current fees. The train depot fees are gonna just be adjusted, and then the paper copies, like I said, those are the ones that are, you'll see aligned with all departments. Caldwell Event Center, we added, that's supposed to be tier 2 and not tier 3, apologize. Tier 2 cleaning service for larger events that the superintendent over there recognized I was taking a lot more to clean up those events, so we increased that cost. And then anything that has to do with wages, such as security, electrician, we increase those to match the increase in hourly pay and benefits. Finance did not raise any of their fees. We maintain the current non-sufficient fund fee of $25. For the fire department, this is the same thing. We've done that realignment, really looked at the fees. There's been minimal increases on some of those, as well as adding new fees for services that are provided. The golf course, the Caldwell golf courses, I know that the golf board did meet earlier last week, and they did recommend additional increases, but working with the golf pro, the only fees that we did adjust were the green fees, and then we did take Fairview off of the discounted fee because we were charging more than what the actual Fairview costs were. So one thing with the golf board or the golf fees that we are looking at is we have really looked at maintaining a reserve balance, which I feel that we have gotten to with the golf courses. However, what we really need to focus on is, because there is some significant deferred maintenance, like the irrigation system that will be costly to replace, is building up and looking at future fees that will help offset that cost. We have not discussed what that will look like, and that'll be a 2027 budget item, or B item, excuse me. But having discussions with the golf board and really looking outside the box to try to look at different options to fund, quite a bit of upgrades within the irrigation system out there at Purple Sage. The library really has minimal, there's some increases and some decreases. With the library, there is a significant portion of their revenue is not covered by fees. It's by sales tax and by property tax. And so their fee revenue is very, very minimal. Parks and Recreation, you'll see a big difference in how the fees look for Parks and Recreation. We went to a range. A lot of this is, for example, with basketball, we have youth basketball, adult basketball at different hours on Saturdays. And so we went to a range, one, because we, as a city, to publish all of those different classes, we were spending, just to publish it the way we did, we saved the city $1,000. So every year just to cut that expense. But on top of that, these are published on a website by a specific class, as well as we do a paper version. And so we were looking at just by the type of class, linking it together with a range, and then that range, the upper cost, looking at the increase. Also with pool fees, they've been adjusted. When we originally set pool fees, we looked at what other communities were charging and the age groups, and the Parks and Rec director really looked at combining some of those, and so you'll see minimal adjustments with the pool fees. Planning and zoning, this is the same thing, adding the new fees for services provided. And then also you'll see some reductions in parking permits based off of community feedback. But other than that, very minimal changes. and the reason I say minimal is because I think with our fees, one of the goals is to align the cost for services with fees. So in the past, we've been trying to increase fees because really it was a standard practice to just be below that 5% and not do the public hearing. And now that we've done specific increases, we are really matching with the revenue that's needed for that cost of service. So it's just maintaining that and reviewing that every year. For police department, you'll see that the animal control fees were updated, and then some new infractions were added. However, the cost for events was not increased this year. We decided to maintain it just for this year because even though we are giving an increase, that is an average between all the patrol officers to sergeant. And so looking at that data every year to see if it does increase or, you know, we're not going to increase it by a penny just because that's what the data comes back at. Public works fees. So I gave you a memorandum that kind of explains a lot about public works fees. Rob, the public works director, put it together. One of the things I do want to make a statement on is that the sanitation fees were included in this. However, we were notified that they were more than 5%. So those will not be passed tonight. We do need to do a public notice to put those over 5%. And so they will not be passed tonight. You'll have another fee hearing for those. But the goals of the public works fees are really to not only fund current projects, but create a fund balance that allows us to do all the projects that we need to do without bonding or borrowing. And that is, across Idaho, that is the new normal, to bond or fund when there is a significant public works project. We see a lot of other cities going out for $100 million, $200 million worth of sewer infrastructure, water infrastructure. And though that's the easy button, we're really trying to prevent that by really allowing our fees to pay for current projects and not putting current projects on future taxpayers and future ratepayers. So that's the goal. I know it does look significant on some of these fee increases, but with working with Rob between the water and the sewer, a household over the course of a year should see about a $20 increase. So very minimal. Is it a year or a month? Year, right? A month, sorry. $20 a month increase. I apologize for that. So though we try to keep those ratepayers really minimal into the increase, but you'll see that for connection fees and for rate fees, we did a water study that really made some good recommendations on the water rates. So we do have data backed up with that. So I would stand for any questions on that.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions, Councilor Denver?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Raylan, first of all, I echo what the other council member said about the good work that you do. I appreciate it. I also appreciate you communicating to everybody that our fees are aligned with the cost of providing services. So at anywhere along the line in the process, were fees raised because we just thought we should have, or are all these fee increases tied to the provision of a service?
They are always going to be tied to the provision of service. And one of the things we do look at is, for example, if the cost of service was so much more than even a 300% increase, we would not want to put that on a taxpayer right away or a resident right away. We would really space that out year to year to try to, we understand that everybody's pocketbooks, we directly impact that. And so we try to make it minimal, but still cover the cost of service, because that is a requirement. We don't want to, definitely go to bond if we don't have to. We don't want to have to do financing if we don't have to, because then it costs us to pay more, and then the fees go up even more. So we want to limit that as much as possible.
I appreciate your explanation. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we consider resolution 299-25 through 311-25, approving the fees for the Caldwell City Departments.
Very good. So that includes all of the action items 4 through 16, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, we're good. So I will just note that nobody did sign up to speak on any of these items. So there was nobody signed up to provide the public testimony. So since there was nobody signed up, we'll go ahead and move forward with that motion. So again, that motion was for approval of the fees under the resolutions, again, as listed in action item number 4 through 16 on the city council agenda. So that's a motion from Councilor Dintber with a second from Councilor Doty. Do we have discussion on that motion? Okay, do not, okay, sorry, Councilor Allgood.
Just quick, just to make sure we're good. Ray Lynn mentioned one fee that's included that we will not be doing. Do we need to note that? Which fee was that we would not be including?
It is the entirety of sanitation fees. And so in your packet, you should have seen that marked out.
Okay, so no sanitation.
Okay, we're good. Just next, thank you for making sure that was clarified. That does not include that, the sanitation fees, those will be back, so. Okay, so with that, voting is open at this time. Very good, and we'd just like to know that Councilor Williams did have to step out. So all votes are cast of those council members here, and that passes unanimously. So that just got us through a whole bunch of items. Well done, Councilor Dintber. That moves us right into item number 17, public hearing for urban renewal plan for Site B, Caldwell Urban Renewal Area. Mr. Waterman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see you all. There's a PowerPoint coming. Perfect. And then this button here advances the slides. All right. Mayor and Council, good evening. I'm here to present on the CURA Site B project area, what we commonly refer to as the Jinky project area. All right, so this is an urban renewal plan, proposed plan that you would adopt by ordinance if you chose to do so tonight following hearing. Key things to know about urban renewal planning: one is the plan requires, a plan is required for urban renewal activity. It has to be as specific as possible given the parameters of the applicable code. You're talking about a 20-year timeline that you're planning for, and so we are as specific as we can be with the planning. That's what the code requires. Urban renewal involves tax increment financing, where tax is generated by new development. The difference between the old property value and the new property value, that increment gets reimbursed to developers to pay for public infrastructure improvements in the plan area. Plans can vary in scope. They can be expansive, like Caldwell's original urban renewal plan that sunsetted a couple years ago, or Caldwell's North urban renewal plan, many acres, many developments. They can also be small and site-specific, such as the one down here on Arthur Street. And there are examples of that elsewhere in the state where there was a particular project and urban renewal was used as a way to make that feasible. And then urban renewal plans are always limited in time. They're limited to 20 years. You set out your specific projects you hope to accomplish and the budget for those. You do what you can in the 20-year time period, and then you're obliged to sunset. So the plan before you tonight is the Site B plan. The origin of it was that Mr. Jinky came and proposed an urban renewal project / plan to the Urban Renewal Commission. He had an exciting idea for some housing development north of the Union Pacific tracks there in Caldwell, and had some ideas for how to do sort of moderate to low income housing. But in looking at penciling it, he determined that it was going to need assistance from urban renewal because much of the infrastructure in that area is dilapidated and deteriorating. And so he came and proposed that, and the Urban Renewal Agency got excited about that. Like I said, the objective is to sort of build moderate to low-income housing on an infill lot north of the tracks there. The need for urban renewal, the reason he's not just going and pulling permits to do this now, is because a lot of the infrastructure in that area has not been maintained or updated by the city in a long time. It's deteriorated, and in order to make sure that that development is served, it will need to be improved, brought up to standard, and the cost of that is something that the urban renewal project will be able to reimburse him for through tax increment financing. This is a map that shows the site. You can see it in green there up at the top of the screen. It also sort of lays out where the interstate is in the plaza and the city center zone. It gives you a general idea of where the site is located. Zoomed in a little bit closer here, here's the project area. It includes the roadways and that parcel there and the alley. The project list is not terribly exciting. Unlike other renewal plans that had plazas that were built or creeks that were uncovered, things like that, this is really just a pure infrastructure plan meant to improve the roads and alley and power facilities right around that site to bring them up to par. And the project list is here, and it's included in your packet. And if you have more questions about the specific things that that project list includes, I'm happy to ask Mr. Jinke to come up and he can articulate where those obligations are coming from in terms of the city code and what will be accomplished by those projects. In terms of a final product, this is not part of the plan per se. This is what Mr. Jinke proposes, and I thought it was worthwhile to include some of the renderings that he presented to Urban Renewal. This is the overlay. You can see a couple of attached units and a couple of detached units there with the courtyard in the middle. It's a unique and different housing style than has been seen in Caldwell for the most part, and that was part of what excited the Urban Renewal Agency about it. Some variety, some creative thinking, the kind of thing that Urban Renewal can help support. And these are some renderings, or not renderings, but they're the inspiration photos that Mr. Jinke provided in that presentation to give a sense for what the housing development may look like. So in terms of prior actions before tonight, Council declared this area to be deteriorated or deteriorating. That occurred. Urban Renewal then proposed this plan that you have before you tonight. Council set a hearing. Notices were sent as required for the hearing tonight, and Planning and Zoning reviewed for comprehensive plan conformity. At Planning and Zoning, this review occurred last Wednesday. So the statutory process for them is that the council submits the proposed plan to Planning and Zoning, and they review it and make recommendations as to its conformity with the general plan of the municipality as a whole, which generally is taken to mean the comprehensive plan, although it's not spelled out there in that code, but the comp plan is what we take that to mean. So P&Z does their review and makes their recommendations. They are a recommending body in this process. The Planning and Zoning Commission expressed concerns about the size of the site, the appropriateness of urban renewal in such a small area, administrative costs associated with the project, the fact that the plan is not more supportive of more goals or every goal of the comprehensive plan, et cetera, and ultimately their recommendation was that the proposed plan does not comply with the comprehensive plan. Many of their concerns were outside the scope of their statutory duty, but they did fulfill their obligation of the statute to do a comprehensive plan review, and that was the outcome of their review. A quick note, there was some confusion about the administrative costs. Those have to be as specific as possible. That's what's required by the code, and Raylan did an excellent job of calculating based on the new area-based assessment role versus the total urban renewal assessment role, a factor to apply to that new area for admin costs, and that came out to approximately $60,000 over the course of the 20 years, which is less than 1% of the total admin costs calculated for the agency with the other area. There was some confusion that the large number, the 6 million number, was the admin cost just for this area. So that was Planning and Zoning's conclusion on this. Staff and the agency ultimately disagree with that assessment and believe that the plan is absolutely in conformity with the comprehensive plan. The standard of review for conformity is, like I said, general conformity with the plan of the municipality as a whole, in addition to not conflicting with the majority of the plan. This is a single site. It doesn't have a broad impact. It's site-specific, but there are plan objectives that are absolutely furthered by this plan. So going through the general categories of the comprehensive plan's objectives for Caldwell, one is a vision for a connected community. The Site B plan doesn't have a big impact on those goals. There has some sidewalk improvements that will result in more connectivity, but This isn't a plan that produces a bunch of pathways or special connectivity. It conforms in the sense that it aids in that end. It's not a plan that has property in it that would be a home run in this category. But in general, it conforms with the comp plan's objective, and it certainly does not hinder or harm it. For the plan for vibrant gathering spaces, again, there's no parks planned here. There's no additional plaza planned here. This is a single site residential development. It won't result in a gathering space. It's a public gathering space. It will have its own internal gathering space for its residents, but it doesn't propose the creation of any public gathering area. It's in general conformity with the broader goals of the comprehensive plan. It doesn't harm any of them. And for at least the residents there, they'll have their own private gathering space. The comprehensive plan talks about rivers, parks, and agriculture. Again, sort of the same story here. It's a site-specific plan. It's a single parcel. It doesn't impact the river. It doesn't impact agriculture. The property is not being farmed currently. It doesn't propose a new park. There would be no space there for a park on that single site. It does add some sidewalks, but in general, again, it's in keeping with the comprehensive plan. It certainly doesn't harm it. It adds some connectivity. And then there are goals of the comprehensive plan that this proposed plan absolutely does benefit and supports. One is a vision for quality neighborhoods to call home. And I won't read through all of these. You have the comprehensive plan. It's available to you, and I'm sure you're familiar with it. But a few of them that I thought were of note were the plan calls for allowing a mix of housing types and densities within neighborhoods, such as duplexes, townhomes, cottages, etc. This proposed urban renewal plan of the proposed development is a unique housing type. There's higher density residential development near downtown. That's an objective of the plan. The plan desires to strive to preserve existing affordable rental and ownership housing. The project helps further that goal as well. In terms of creating distinct and inclusive neighborhoods, this is certainly not monotonous development. It's unique both to Caldwell in many ways and certainly that area. It furthers that objective of the plan. And it puts more residential near the services that they utilize, which when you have residences near services they utilize, that minimizes impacts on public infrastructure and things like that. Other objectives that are accomplished, focusing high-density residential development areas with adequate services. I mentioned that already. Promoting infill housing. This is doing that. And so as to the goal of a vision for quality neighborhoods to call home, the proposed Site B plan directly serves the goals of the comprehensive plan in that category and certainly conforms to the plan in that respect. And lastly, for the goal of the vision for intentional and distinct centers, again, it has infill development of a underutilized property. There's more housing in the downtown area. You saw on the map where it is in relation to sort of the city center. Puts more housing close to the services that will be serving that development, which reduces impact on infrastructure, et cetera. It's certainly a it's not a mix of commercial and residential, but it is in an area that's near industrial, it's near the downtown area, and so furthers that mix of more residential uses near our community centers. And then for developing and enhancing a variety of mixed-use centers, those are the objectives there. For ensuring the new development provides adequate public services, again, the point of the plan is to improve infrastructure that's already there that's sort of dilapidated. It will absolutely serve that objective. And to the extent that the plan is the result in part of a coordination between the Urban Renewal Agency and the City of Caldwell to improve infrastructure, and it meets that objective as well. Again, in summary, for this particular category of the comp plan, it's not just that it doesn't violate it, it absolutely benefits and serves and furthers this objective of the comprehensive plan. So there's another conversation happening about a broader plan north of the railroad tracks that would include more properties, a potential subsequent urban renewal plan area. There have been some questions about whether this should just be included in that. It certainly could be. This plan was proposed prior to that plan, and Mr. Jinke Like I said, he was the impetus for this. He came to the Urban Renewal Agency and proposed this idea. And so that conversation moved. He has a desire to keep going with his plans, and it was determined that this should be brought on a separate track. And there's of course no guarantee that any other plan would come to fruition, that he would be able to do this development under the auspices of some other subsequent plan. So if the council decides to approve the plan tonight, there are a few findings that are necessary. One is that no families will be displaced by this urban renewal area. There's no residences there now. That will certainly be met. That the plan conforms to the general plan of the municipality as a whole. We just spent some time talking about that. That the plan gives due consideration to the provision of adequate parks. Again, with a site-specific area like this, there's not an opportunity to install a park or something like that. So it would meet that finding. And lastly, that the urban renewal plan affords maximum opportunity consistent with the needs of the municipality as a whole for the rehabilitation of urban renewal area by private enterprise. And that's part of the fun thing about this particular plan, is that a private individual came to the agency with a good idea, and the agency got excited about making a plan to see his objectives come to fruition. So in conclusion, if you desire to approve, I have the motion language here. There is obviously a hearing, and so now would not be the appropriate time to do that, but I'll stand at this point for any questions.
Thank you so much. So questions for Mr. Waterman? Councilor Dittenberg?
How'd my light get on?
I didn't touch it, I promise. Councilor Stoddard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Part of my problem with this is still that Mr. Jenke has not contacted Mr. Brooks. And for those who don't know, Mr. Brooks was the consultant that the city used way back when in the success of Indian Creek Plaza. And some of the downtown businessmen, excuse me, put their own money in to hire him to come back and look at our north side. And he's done that, and a plan will be in the making. Last I heard was in October. And, you know, until Mr. Jenke agrees to contact Mr. Brooks and have them work together, I have a problem with this project. Mr. Brooks agrees with the concept, but until those two get together, it's a problem for me. So just thought I'd make that comment. Thank you.
So I do have a couple questions, maybe a question or two that you can kind of answer. So I do have concerns as well. I think it even said it towards the end where it said separate track to help this move quicker than others. And so, I mean, that gives me concern too. Are we singling out individual property owners to help it move quicker? Because I get that the whole area is being looked at. And there are single properties looked at. I can think of one, it's Chobani, probably $1 billion project, hundreds of acres. That was a single property that was looked at, but I've never seen one of such a small nature, especially when their whole area around is being looked at. So just, I guess, maybe to talk more, and I get that you said that you talked about it doesn't affect like parks and rivers and stuff, therefore it follows the comp plan, and I would kind of disagree with that as well, that just because it doesn't mean it does. I don't know if that makes sense, but maybe, so I guess the question is, in staff reviewing this, did they take into account, you know, the whole area that's being looked at, being cautious of doing, are we gonna, I guess, and is there a concern now, what keeps the neighbor down the street from doing the exact same thing and asking to come in for an individual property to get the benefit for them rather than the community as a whole? Was that taken into consideration by staff on that? And if so, why did they decide that this one was specific to move forward with a recommendation of approval?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to answer both of those to the best of my ability. So this isn't an instance where Mr. Jenke came in after a larger area was proposed and asked to be given special treatment and fast-tracked. This is an instance where he had come in before that larger conversation happened. So the I guess decision to be made would be to slow him down from the track he was already on with his own idea and lump him into the larger area, or let him continue on the track he was already on with the feasibility study that was already planned in his project list and his concepts, et cetera. And so he certainly could have been included. But the other thing is that that makes it sort of moot is that this property and the improvements that would be done around it are going to be in the same category as what they would do in a broader area anyway. These aren't unique or special improvements in the sense that they would be an oddity in the context of an urban renewal plan area that was broader. This is just public infrastructure improvements. And so to the extent that the exclusion of it from a larger area would reduce the revenue available for that larger area, it would reduce it pretty much one-to-one with the infrastructure improvements that would also not be necessary in the broader area. So yes, it could have been included with the overall plan, and I'm sure Mr. Jinke would be happy to talk about his own timeline. And but this was not an instance where he came and requested special treatment or asked to be fast-tracked. He was already on the track he was on. And then in terms of the comprehensive plan, as I was preparing, I was trying to think of an analogy that would work well for this, and the best one I can think of is if the comp plan said it's the objective of the city that people travel the speed limit on Cleveland and also on Blaine. And I said, well, I have a plan to drive down Blaine at the speed limit. I have no intention of driving on Cleveland. You can say, well, that plan doesn't conform with the comprehensive plan because it doesn't involve driving the speed limit on Cleveland. Well, that's true, but my driving plan only involves driving on Blaine. And so you could say that my plan doesn't conform to the comp plan because I'm not doing this extra thing of driving down Blaine at the speed limit. But there are myriad objectives in the comprehensive plan. It's unlikely that any urban renewal plan would involve affirmatively meeting every objective in a positive sense where you had a specific project that was designed to do X, Y, or Z. For example, if you have an area that doesn't have any agricultural uses, well, the comp plan talks about preserving agriculture, and so there's no agricultural uses there, and you can't really meet that. All you can do is say, we're not driving on Blaine, so we're not going to speed on Blaine, and that's the way in which we're complying with the comp plan. So hopefully that helps.
Maybe just one last quick question. If this was denied by council, it still would be a part of the whole area, correct? It doesn't get excluded out for the other urban renewal plan that's coming to council in the next month or two?
Mayor and council, I'm not aware of any obligation, if this is not approved tonight, that it would be ineligible for inclusion. As of now, theoretically, it's not included in that conversation. It certainly could be. But again, I think it's just worth noting that the outcome, whether this is approved separately or collectively, will be ultimately that the development occurs and that the infrastructure around the site gets improved. And it'll be a net zero consequence on the area as a whole.
Okay. And we do have some people signed up to testify. So, Councilor, did you have a question for?
I can listen to the testimony before I give some.
Okay.
I do have a question now. I
Yeah.
remember when my green light was on. Mr. Waterman, thank you for the presentation. Does Idaho Code Title 50, Section 20 contemplate or caution municipalities about the size of their URA districts?
Mayor and council, no, there's no limitation on the bottom end. There is limitation on the top end in the sense that your urban renewal agency areas in total can't exceed 10% of the total value of the municipality as a whole. But there's no requirement that it be more than one parcel or a certain number of acres or square feet or things like that. And to that end, like I said, Caldwell has a 3-parcel, similarly sized urban renewal plan currently in place down right by the plaza. The distinction would be that plan was not proposed by a particular owner. It was proposed by the agency, but with ultimately the exact same objective of getting somebody excited to come build something on that lot and facilitating that, making that happen and doing infrastructure improvements. So,
Thank you, and I appreciate your explanation about the process and that the applicant started this process long before the larger area was contemplated. Was there anything with regards to the way that this application was brought forward to both the agency and to the city that was inconsistent with the way others have been brought forward?
Mayor and council, yeah, it was very different in the sense that in the past plans have been proposed by the agency, and so the difference would be here you had a private property owner who had their own plan and got excited and brought an idea to the agency, which is a different, I was not I was around as a person but not practicing law at the time the original plan was put in place. But I have no doubt they would have been excited to have somebody coming with an idea and asking to have that plan put in place for them. But instead, the agency was in a position where it was trying to generate interest in development. So this is unique in the sense that Caldwell's positions itself well, and there are developers who are excited about doing a unique and different project that's going to benefit the community in this particular way, and are bringing those ideas to the agency now. And I'm sure Mr. Jenkins could talk to you about how much easier it makes his job when they call him.
Okay, Councilor Stoddard, did you have another
Mr.
question?
Mayor, thank you. Mr. Waterman, I don't think it was consistent with other projects because if I remember correctly, the city or the taxpayers have to come up with a substantial amount of money for the alleyways, the sidewalks, and those type of things, and that's not consistent with the way we do business at all. I mean, we'd have to come up with that money before it started, right? Am I wrong?
But Mayor and Councilor Stoddard, so two things. One, I said it was different because this was a private property owner coming to the agency, so I didn't say it was the same. But secondly, no, the developer is going to be doing those improvements. The agency won't be doing them. The developer would be reimbursed out of increment financing, but the city and the agency wouldn't be upfronting those costs.
Because at one time, the payback on that for the city was like 20 years, wasn't it?
Mayor and
Recovering the
Councilor
funds
Stoddard,
through
I'm not sure.
taxes.
Mayor and Councilor Stoddard, I'm not sure. The payback is going to the developer, not to the city. The city's not doing the installation of those things.
So has it, Mr. Mayor, has that changed since we met last time as far as the city or somebody fronting the money for the alleyways and the sidewalks and all that, or did I misunderstand that?
So in regards to like the improvements on like properties in general, or for this one specific? So I know like for a developer, so let's say this wasn't in an urban renewal area, so yeah, the developer would have to build the sidewalks, the curb gutter, all of that, would have to do that prior to getting like a plat approved or prior to construction of their home. So all those improvements would have to be done by the developer, paying for those improvements themselves prior to like getting a final permit.
Okay, but it was my understanding that he wanted to be reimbursed for that right away. Is that changed then?
I'm not sure, I might, on that, so I know that in regards to this, that it would be paid, you may have to help me.
Mr.
on
Mayor,
this,
it's a, it's a
Mayor,
TIP
Councilor-
agreement, so he has to front the costs up front, and then if it develops and produces taxes, then he would be reimbursed for those improvements, but it's all on the developer. In addition to that, it's not all, so he doesn't get 100%, and maybe Raylan can help us out with the percentage on the TIF, but I think we're skipping over the TIF agreement. This is not like other urban renewal projects where oftentimes they don't pay anything back. They get money from urban renewal to develop properties to make our city more successful and move us forward in many aspects of what we all talk about. In this case, particularly, unless his land value were just to go up, unless he builds what he says he's going to build, that's the way he gets reimbursed, is through the TIF agreement. So I think we're skipping over that very well. Note, the city is not fronting any money, urban renewal is not fronting any money. It only comes from a result of what he builds in the tax increase that he obtains from that, and the city will also benefit from that, other than if the value of the land simply sitting there as a dilapidated dirt lot makes money, then he would make that money back if he built nothing, and unless he spent money to improve the sidewalks or something like that.
So, Mayor and Council, I can help clarify maybe a little bit. The TIF agreement would require, we have one TIF agreement in place now, and that required certain improvements, and it did not trigger reimbursement until the improvements were reviewed by the city engineer, and they confirmed that those were built per the plans that were part of the TIF agreement. So the owner of the lot would not be receiving any money at all until the improvements that are listed in the TIF agreement were completed by him at his cost. They were reviewed by the city engineer and confirmed that they were built to the specs, which is going to be the ISPWC. At the point that they're confirmed that they were built to those specs and they're dedicated to the city, then he'd be entitled to the reimbursement of the tax increment financing over the course of the plan. There's no guarantee that he will recover the full amount that he spends. It's just to the extent that there are taxes generated by it, he's entitled to those up to the amount of what he expended. And then if he gets paid before 20 years, the plan ends. And if it's 20 years and he still hasn't gotten all of it, the plan still ends, and he'll have to live with that. So
So kind of, I think to your question, Counselor Stadig, is not paid up front. The developer pays to put it in, but then gets reimbursed for those over time to get that money back of that, on that. So that's kind of the difference from the others, that they get reimbursed for whatever the money they spend to a certain percentage, rather than just building it and improve the value of the property. They get reimbursed for those expenses as listed in here for like sidewalk construction and things of that nature on
Yeah.
that. So I don't know if that helps to clarify Councilor Stadig's question.
Mayor and Council, some of the confusion may have arisen from the presentation to urban renewal. I believe that Mr. Jinke was asking about ways in which he could be reimbursed on a shorter timeline, but that there are ways to do that, like bonding, but that's not what's proposed here. So he will be in the position of simply waiting for tax increment money to flow in to be reimbursed for his actual project costs.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So we will move into public testimony. As mentioned, we do have a few people signed up, so we do have one individual signed up in favor. Dave Moore. If you want to just state your name, appreciate that, and you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes, it's not 5?
3.
Oh, is it? Okay. David Moore, 711 East Denver. So I just to go through this real quickly here, I thought I had 5 minutes, but I'll just read this to you. I'd rather speak to you, but I'll read it here, what I jotted down at 5 o'clock here today, knowing that this was coming up today. 711 East Denver, I live over here with a train. I don't need an alarm. The train wakes me up every day, 7 days a week, multiple times. So the chairman and I of URA, as you know, Chairman, the happily married Jim Porter, he and I are on urban renewal along with 2 council members here. Chairman Porter and I have been heavily involved in details of this spot URA location on the corner of 5th and Chicago. Developer Jinke spoke to me, gosh, I want to say probably in April of last year about this proposal. I walked down there because I live down there, met him down there, and we went through that whole idea. So it was kind of an idea that I had and I got interested in because I live down there, and I thought it was neat that there's a developer that wants to come down here and build in this area, in this blighted slum area, okay? I watched the P&Z meeting, comments made, planning and zoning made this on this URA project last week, and it didn't pass 3-1 with Committee Chair Zamora being in favor of this. Some of the questions I documented from the P&Z meeting were Committeeman Vance asked if there was going to be street repairs, delays, changes from this project, which he wasn't, and I'm not aware of any, just construction at that corner and minimum traffic delays. I also heard committee person Boutros comments about project doesn't qualify for the city's comprehension plan, and numerous comments about that URA project. I guess my question that I have is how does this project not qualify with city's comprehensive plan? I did the completed return on investment, the ROI, and based on $170,000 in concessions that he's asking for, $55,000 in administrative fees, using the presentation that was given to us, the formula that was given to us by former employee L.J. Waite, it was the return to taxpayers that I came up with was 12 to 15 years. So I don't see how it goes any further than that. And you know, here's the other thing. As a banker, I'm kind of wondering if he doesn't live for 15 years, isn't that commitment done? I mean, he doesn't get reimbursed, right? So I mean, well, I'm just looking at everything here because everybody else up here is. We have a developer who's willing to invest in this area of that town and has been officially declared, that area has been officially declared slum and blight in 2014. I think Councilman Dittmer can tell us more about that. And he's willing to put up 7 brand new cottages between 7,500 and 1,000 square feet at a price point that's affordable to a first-time homeowner, individual, or family. In order to make those cottages at a price point affordable, he's asking for $170,000 in concessions that will be a TIF agreement, as Attorney Hilty has explained to the URA committee several times, and Mr. Jinke will be reimbursed in that tax value of from a tax value that's went from a current $90,000 to a $2.1 million tax value. So that increase will pay it back. He'll eventually be reimbursed. the underground electrical was $37,000. The paved alley was $50,000, which I live down there. I don't have a paved alley. If they're going to pave that alley, would you please pave mine? The sidewalks, they appear to be handicap accessible. That's an $80,000 expense. If you go down there, they look like they've already been replaced. I challenge everybody to go down there and walk around and take a look. Do it during the day, because at night it's very dangerous. Okay?
So I
And
think
I'm
just
going to
go ahead and, yeah.
I'm going to wrap it up here, but I would appreciate the time if you would allot it to me. Let me remind council, this URA property located at Kimball and Arthur over here is shovel-ready, and that there was over $300,000 spent on updates on that property, and it's still vacant. Let me remind council, we have a vested Caldwell developer who pays himself taxes on commercial properties and is vested in Caldwell Development. Lastly, I have a 24-year-old daughter who has lived and worked in Jackson, Wyoming, Park City, Utah, and currently in Redfish Lake, Idaho. She cannot return back to her hometown of Caldwell because she says it's too expensive to live here. So I believe that. I see what she's got in her checking account, and I see that she's saving money. I think this project supports that idea of her and other people at that age being able to come back here. You know, just walking around down there, I don't know how we can't come to an agreement that it does qualify for the comprehensive plan. There's semi-trucks parked all over. There's no red curbs. Okay? There are issues down there that places that are inhabitable. We have brand new places that are coming in, and we have brand new construction. We have somebody that wants to put them up, and I think he's here today, and I support it. I think it's a great thing. I have no idea why we have to have a commitment from Roger Brooks to start any type of construction down there. I've talked to Roger Brooks about it. He supports it. He was at a community meeting that we had. He supports it. So I guess I'm astonished at what's going on here. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. So next person signed up, so we're moving to neutral. Paul Webster has signed up to speak in neutral. So if you just state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak. My name's Paul Webster, 1102 Laster Street is my work address. Home address isn't far from there. I work for the Caldwell School District, and probably if you spend 30 seconds or half a day with me, you'll know that pretty much everything I see is, I see the world through the lens of kids and families. So when I see a project like this, I ask, well, what do kids and families need? And the biggest thing that is communicated to me in the kids and families that I serve is housing. This past fall, a year ago, we did a survey with the families in the 4 community schools in our district, and 30% of those families said they were stressed within the last year, either frequently or off and on, about staying in housing or getting housing. And that's a little bit different than maybe the average person in Caldwell, but kids and families do matter. And so housing is important. And when I saw this come up, it kind of piqued my interest because while it's very tiny, it is about housing. And it is, at least the proposal would be attainable housing or affordable housing. And so that kind of got my interest a little bit when this came up, probably, I don't know if that was October or November last fall. There aren't a lot of options available to young families that have little kids or maybe even no kids, beginning teachers, beginning police officers, maybe employees of the city, you know, government, public servants. They really can't afford places to buy in Caldwell. And so there are quite a few higher end places. There's lots of building going on the outside. But this caught my interest because it was building going on in the inside amongst the families that we serve. So affordability, attainability, things that families can stay in, and the price point that was quoted at least in the original proposal was somewhere below $300,000. And I thought, well, there's nothing else going for that in Caldwell. So while this is not a big development, this won't change the whole community, it is pretty interesting. There is a sense of community built in. I have heard in the public meetings about the bigger urban renewal district, people who were interested in smaller kind of cottage style things where they didn't have a whole lot of lawn to take care of, but had a lawn they could share with their neighbors. And that's kind of neat. And for sure, the lower price point catches my interest. Finally, I do think that it's important that
You go
I'll
ahead and
wrap it up.
finish that
I do think that it's important that while the plan doesn't have this in black and white, that the board, city staff, maintain the focus on keeping this affordable and not letting it stretch. And that might be done through deed restrictions or, narrowing the buyer audience to, public servants, that kind of a thing, if possible. And I appreciate you guys keeping Caldwell kids and families in mind. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate all you do and for you being here tonight. Okay, we do have a couple signed up in opposition. Tony Farrow. So if you could please come forward, state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes as well.
Hi. Tony Farrow, 20314 Ward Road, Caldwell. I have a few different problems with this project. First thing I want to do is to kind of clarify the fact that urban renewal dollars are tax dollars. I think that gets a little confused in this meeting sometimes, but every dollar that is diverted to urban renewal, and by the way, I support urban renewal, of course, but every dollar diverted to urban renewal is made up by the rest of Caldwell's taxpayers. So urban renewal dollars that go to developers are tax dollars going to developers, just to be really kind of clear about that, put a point on that. But then the problems that I have, you guys have mentioned some of them, so now I'm looking at my notes, but it is really odd to create an urban renewal area that benefits a single name developer. This is kind of a, as you have talked about, an upside down way to do this. Typically you create the urban renewal zone, the money comes in over time, and somebody applies for that money based on a project. So this is already kind of a little bit of a weird thing to be doing, right? And then, the idea that, that maybe this project didn't pencil out is very strange because he's not being paid out for more than a decade, right? So he's obviously able to afford this. And just doing some math on these homes, looking at like 7 houses, I mean, even in the packet, it says this property will be worth over $2 million once he is done. Just doing the math, it's hard to imagine that he's not going to walk away with at least $500,000. I mean, exactly what his costs aren't in the packet, but this certainly seems like a very affordable project. This developer is going to make a lot of money, which he absolutely deserves. He doesn't also need taxpayer dollars on top of that. That's where it does not make sense to me. Then the other thing I'll say about this is that, it's a very small project. It's 7 homes, it's 7 people, 7 families. And so it doesn't really rise to the need of urban renewal. Again, I support this project. I think it's an awesome project. Do we need to pay developers to be building houses in Caldwell in 2025? I don't think so, right? Also, this is a Roger Brooks area. Rob Pilot came in here, talked about all the money, how much all the properties in this Roger Brooks area have gone up in value over time. I mean, Rob Pilot laid them all out for us. This property is going to go up in value. It's in this Roger Brooks zone, right? So that's another thing I think we don't need to be. Anyway, and I had a conversation with Roger Brooks about this project. He told me he does not support it as an urban renewal spot zone. He didn't hem and haw. He wasn't wondering. He said no. And what he said was, Caldwell needs to stop giving away the farm, right? Okay, but finally, here's the most important point I'm going to make, is that prior to me hearing about this project at a council meeting, I was told, it was reported to me that someone was in a meeting with Lee Jenke and he was openly raising funds for a specific candidate. And that candidate sits on the Urban Renewal Agency. And so this was a big problem for me. I mean, I was really having heartburn in that meeting, and I like to sit back and listen. I did not want to come up here and talk, guys. But to me, this is so important. It's such a bad look for Caldwell. I'm not saying that anybody is corrupt, but I am going to say it's a bad look to be funneling taxpayer dollars to somebody who doesn't live in town and is looking to raise a lot of money for a specific candidate for anything. So anyway, thank you. I'm urging a no vote.
Okay, thank you, Tony. And then Penny Neely? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Penny. Appreciate that. Okay, so that is everybody that did sign up. So with that, we'll go ahead and close public testimony at this time and then look for a motion from council.
I have something to say.
Councilor Register?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Feels like, okay, there we go. So first I want to say that I really like the project. I like the project. I like the idea. I like the cottage style. I like all of that, but I don't think it's a URA project, and I just want to kind of go over why. I've done a lot of research into it. So after we heard about the broader URA, I think we're calling it the Central District, I did a lot of research into different things and talked to some experts outside of here about what it means, and it's broadened my horizons about the broader URA, but having two URAs in the exact same place seems redundant and it doesn't make much sense. So I just want to go over exactly why planning and zoning recommended denial. If everybody remembers, we just approved a comp plan. Everybody was happy with it, had certain goals. And in their denial, some of the things that they said was, the goal to have vibrant gathering spaces is not met, and the argument was that if we put in sidewalks, that will count as a vibrant gathering space, and I don't agree with that. There's no river park or agricultural component, and then the argument is, well, it doesn't take away from anything. Sidewalk improvements don't automatically create a connected community, and I think planning and zoning, what they were saying was that it was a stretch to try to make those things work when they didn't work. It's being called workforce housing by different people, but there's no subsidy or affordability guarantee. As mentioned, this is a private developer creating a private housing project, and he's making a profit. And again, I like the idea of the project. I just don't think taxpayers should be funding it. What it feels like is that and again, I'm not talking about the central URA. That's a very different conversation, I believe, because it encompasses more. It has the feasibility study. They're working on it. It makes sense. There's going to be new development, commercial, all of these things that go to pay for it. I'm talking about this one spot zone URA, where it appears that the city, over however many years, not 5 years, but 30, 40 years, was not taking care of this area, and now we're trying to fix it by using a URA, right? That's basically what it is. So with this spot zone, granted, I'm sure that there are all the things that need to be fixed, but I don't think we need two URAs. It would seem to make more sense to bring that broader URA in, and then this is included. And then we don't have two. We don't have a URA within a URA. And then from what I heard in the meeting and kind of what I've looked at, it sounded like the payback was anywhere from 8 to 13 years, but the agency would still retain control for 20. So if I understand that correctly, even if the money's paid back in 8 to 13 years, the URA district could still keep collecting the tax increment and redirect those funds without any council or public oversight, and could keep it from flowing back into the city, county, et cetera, depending on what projects come up. Again, though, I think that the things that this project is asking for, sidewalks, streetlights, that's going to be taken care of in that broader URA. So again, I don't think we need two. The Roger Brooks thing, we spent a lot of money hiring him to be the expert planner. That's what we hired him for. We want his feedback. I also had a long conversation with him. He does not support the spot zone. He does support URA in general over the broader zones that make sense for the whole community, but not spot zones. But his larger role is to get everybody on the same page and make sure everybody's doing the same thing and that we're all connected and understanding. So when I think the broader URA, he has been working with that, and URA, and ArchNexus, and coming up with a plan. But he has said himself that he can't get a phone call back from the developer on the spot zone, so how do we know that everybody's working on the same page? We don't, because there's no communication. So that's a problem as well. And we should be taking his opinion into consideration, because we just paid him a lot of money for it. So I also think that we may be, the feasibility study on the larger URA will hopefully answer this question. But in the meantime, we don't know yet if we are unintentionally creating a gentrification problem in this area, where the people who already live there and are struggling one way or another are now on fixed incomes and going to have their city fees go up $20 a month. If we are now creating a bigger problem where we're going to be pushing them out. And I've heard that from a lot of people that live in this area that are very concerned that they want, because really, if you think about it this way, the sidewalks, streetlights, all of this stuff that's being asked for should have been taken care of by the city with no URA that was going to affect or directly affect the residents that live in this area, right? So we were not going to see an increase in their property taxes if the city budgeted for it and did what they were supposed to do. So if we even consider the broader URA, we could be running into that problem, but that's why that feasibility testing with Roger Brooks and everybody else hopefully makes it make sense. This makes me nervous to do a second one without all of that sort of in play and making sure, especially because if that bigger one gets approved, your lot will be taken care of. So I think we need to be really mindful of that. We don't want to start hurting the people that we're trying to help the most. And then lastly, I feel like we're setting a dangerous precedence that if we do this for one private developer, we're going to be doing it for the next one and the next one and the next one, and we need to be very careful about that. But I also think that when planning and zoning denies something, that we should take those recommendations seriously, and they have recommended denial. I feel like that broader URA is probably going to be something that most of council can get behind, but if it were denied for some reason, then it certainly would approve the city budgeting for better sidewalks and streetlights and everything in this area if that didn't happen, but I think it's probably going to happen. What makes me nervous is I'm not comfortable paying a private developer back $175,000 of taxpayer money to do a private development under the guise that it's a qualified URA, because I really just don't think it is, and I think we're opening up a door to some dangerous territory. And I agree that kids matter, housing matters, young families matter, but the people who have lived there for 40 years that we're kind of putting in the line of fire without making sure all our ducks in a row, they matter too. So I think we really need to be careful with this one and focus our efforts on the broader URA, working with Roger Brooks, the residents of this area, and making sure we're not putting anybody into any kind of financial danger by doing this.
Okay, do we have any motions?
I'll make a motion. I am going to, let's see, where is it? Is there a paper to work off of, or just to make a motion for denial?
Yeah, that would be simpler. I'm looking at, I mean, if you could keep it as simple as that. I'm trying to see if I can find it on the sheet, but.
Number 21.
So yeah, these 7 years. You wanted to follow that, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, did we, I thought I did. Okay, so yeah, so we did, I could have sworn we did, that we did close the public.
I think it would be
testimony.
advisable
There we go.
to make sure it's closed.
Okay, so yes, the public testimony portion has been closed. So, okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to deny number 51, ordinance number 3703, adopting the urban renewal plan for the Site B, Caldwell Urban Renewal Area, with a request to move for its passage. No, not
So,
that
yeah,
part.
not that part, just
Okay.
that, okay. Okay, so we do have a motion from Councilor Register, again, this is for denial of, this is action item number 17 for the urban renewal plan for Site B called Urban Renewal Area. So do we have a second on the
Second.
motion? So that is a second. So a motion from Councilor Register and a second from Councilor Stodic. And so with that, we'd open it for discussion from council, if there is any. Councilor Allgood?
Well, I made a whole list here. I'll try to be quick. So, money from one URA area cannot be transferred to another, specific to that area. You tax one area, or one area gets increment, you can't move it to another area. It's specific to that area. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Waterman, but secondly, the urban renewal area, the urban renewal agency has this huge list of rules that has to be followed. I'm on the Urban Renewal Commission, so I'm speaking with some experience. I've been there for years. The Urban Renewal Commission has a huge list of rules that we have to follow, and we pay a very expensive attorney, including Mr. Waterman, to guide us to make those decisions correctly. There's this undertone that something's being done inappropriately, or someone's trying to be fast-tracked, or whatever, and I'm bothered by that. That is not at all the case. I've never heard of Mr. Dinky until this came before the URA Commission. I don't know anything about him. This came to the Urban Renewal Agency, and when it came to the Urban Renewal Agency, it fit the goals of the Urban Renewal Agency. That area down there is an area that this council has discussed and Urban Renewal Agency has discussed many, many times that needs improvement and needs investment. I have worked for the city for 40 years, and that piece of property, the most valuable thing on that piece of property for the last 40 years is an old pickup that's been sitting there that I'd have loved to have over all those years. But otherwise, it's collected dirt and weeds. And so and again, it keeps being said, well, money goes to a developer. Money does not go to a developer. The $174,000 will be infrastructure in a city alley and on city sidewalks, and does not go to build a structure or put in a lawn or whatever else is taking place. It doesn't go to the developer. If this were in the entire urban renewal area, that's still got a ways to go. That we're trying to do a urban renewal area that covers that whole north end, and that is still in the process. It'll be many months before that comes around. The same infrastructure would have to be addressed. It's not like this is getting a special infrastructure. As Mr. Moore said, we have lots of alleys down there that are dirt and narrow that need to be redone. We have street lighting issues down there that need to be improved. Whether this is a small one block urban renewal area or a whole neighborhood urban area, the needs and the expenses would be the same. We're not sorting out one. The timing was that this project came to us much sooner than the whole base project, and we didn't, because it would have been much easier to do it all in one piece, but they weren't timed the same. Like I said, whether the Urban Renewal Agency decided on this piece of property or the developer said, hey, can we do this? Either way, it serves the purpose of improving that area of a town, which is the goal of what we're trying to do. And so, anyway, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilor Dittenberg.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I appreciate, I've got a few comments, and like Councilor Allgood, I'll try to be quick about it, but I probably won't be, so my apologies. I also want to extend apology to Mr. Jinky for not returning your phone call, and the reason why I didn't return your phone call is because I didn't want the appearance of poisoning the well and having this discussion. So just so you know, that's why I didn't return your phone call. But I want to make it very clear, I've had an interest in the North End for a long time, and I do consider myself an expert in the North End. because I have developed properties there. I've had an interest in there. I created the ordinance back in 2014 that declared that area slum and blight. I'm currently working on a nonprofit to address specific issues in that area. And one of the things that I can tell anybody who's listening, this is the best project for that site ever, ever. Show me a better project ever. There has never been a better project in that area ever. And as council members and as people who make decisions, we have to carefully weigh the information that we're given, and we have to calculate the benefits to our community. And sometimes we make mistakes. If you're playing baseball, you get into the Hall of Fame by a 311 GPA. Or a batting average of 311. So we don't have to be perfect, but what I hope happens from this is that we approve this, and then we look back in 5 years and go, man, that was the best decision we ever made. And if it wasn't the best decision we ever made, Lee Ginky's going to have a garage sale or a going out of business sale, and we will learn from this project. And it's already been said, but URA isn't building homes. It's not building homes for anybody. It's not providing equity to any homes. The only thing that URA does within its specific legislative intent is to provide infrastructure for worthwhile community projects. That's it. It just provides the infrastructure that would be needed, whether or not Lee decides to develop or whether or not he doesn't decide to develop or somebody else comes in. So we're talking about something that is needed in that area. But if we take a look at what the county does, is the county will give tax breaks and say, listen, if you develop here and you develop a certain size business, you'll get a tax break. And you know what a tax break is? It's a burden on the other taxpayers, right? It's another burden on the taxpayers, right? Not unlike URA, if you're saying that URA is a burden on the taxpayers. So look at it this way. We are giving a developer a tax incentive, a tax break, to bring forth a worthwhile, remarkable community project where we are making housing that's both affordable and attainable. And so this whole notion about, well, who's going to make sure it's always attainable or non-attainable, again, I'm going to go back to my own experience in the North End. I built several houses in the North End and I sold them for $92,000 a piece. And you know what they sold for? About $280,000. And was I begrudged or did I feel bad? No. I looked at it like somebody found a remarkable, valuable watch at a yard sale for $5 and ended up selling it on eBay for $30. That's what happens in life. You buy things affordable, you calculate the value of it, you determine when you're going to move, and you determine the value of it. So I don't have any problem with anything that Mr. Ginky is doing. And the other thing is, I've talked to Roger Brooks. Everybody says Roger Brooks is this way and Roger Brooks is that way, and he's this way today. One of the things I will tell you, and if Roger Brooks was here, he would say, whether or not he likes it or doesn't like it, he will say, I am not in competition with URA. What the city has given me money for, the $165,000, is not to be in competition with URA. And he's told me that about a dozen times. And so I think he would probably say that. And so, and the other thing about this whole small URA thing, I would hope that if we make a decision that we do not want small URAs, we would never approve a convenience store on a corner when there's a big Albertsons right down the street. The whole idea is that we make things small, we make them attainable, we make them achievable, and it's our beta test for a process that we should be embracing in the future. So with regards to the motion on the table, I would strongly encourage all my fellow council members to deny the motion that is on the table. Thank you.
Any other, Councilor Stoddard?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what Mr. Brooks says. I think it was controversial, said he believes in the concept, but as it fits in the overall picture, does not agree with that. And this is a spot zoning project, which he definitely doesn't agree with, regardless of what Councilor Dittenberg says. And again, I think it behooves us to look at some common sense stuff. Mr. Brooks has got a track record in developing. Indian Creek Plaza is a typical example of that. You can look all over through the United States. He's got very successful projects, and just to wait a month and a half or 2 months to see what he has and how it fits into this, to me, that's common sense. And again, I just don't understand why people can't see that. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody, sorry.
I just want to say,
So real quick though, sorry, before you get your stickers, anybody else wants to say any? Okay, go ahead.
just real quick, I don't think anybody's arguing about how great the project is. That's not what's happening here. This is a process issue. And I feel like having two URAs in the same place is a problem. So the project, as great as it is, can still be done. But what we're saying is, let's wait for the broader URA, which it will be included in there. I went back and I looked at the map, and it is included in there. Let's wait for that. Let that one go through with all the feasibility test, or feasibility reports and the plan. It'll be included in there, and these requests will get done that way. Having two is where I think the issue is. Not the project, not the affordability, not the accessibility. I don't want it to get dirtied or be muddy. I think everybody likes the project. It's just the way of doing it.
Okay, that's all I see for green light. So with that, we'll go to a vote. And again, so the motion was for denial. So a green light means that you're in favor of the denial. A red light means you're opposed to the denial. Hopefully that makes sense on that. So with that, voting is open. And all votes are cast. So voting is closed. And that motion for green. Okay. So, and I think everybody else is accurate. Is that correct on the red? Okay. So with that, Councilor Stoddard and Councilor Register did vote in favor of the motion to deny, and the remaining 4 council members did vote in the opposition. Therefore, that motion does not pass.
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion, an alternative motion. Thank you.
Okay, let's stop over here. So, okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have an alternative motion. I will sponsor Bill number 51, ordinance number 3703, adopting urban renewal plan for the Site B Caldwell Urban Renewal Area with request to move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication.
Okay, so that is a motion for approval of the request. Do we have a second?
Second.
That's a motion for Councilor Dittenber and a second from Councilor Williams for approval of the requested urban renewal plan for Site B. Any discussion on that motion?
We'll have to do a roll call.
So we will do a roll call vote on this one. So, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Dittenber,
Yes.
Allgood,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Register,
No.
Stotty,
No.
Doty.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, that motion does pass 4 in favor and 2 in opposition. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess at this time, and then we'll be back to take up action item number 19. Thank you. There we go. Okay, I think we're back on. So, okay, so we are on to item number 19. Very good. Thank you so much. So this is a quasi judicial. So this is for an SUP 25-12. Applicant White Horse Saloon, on behalf of Miguel Gotti, requesting approval of special use permit for a drinking establishment within the downtown city center zoning district. So with that, we'll turn it over to staff for your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm April Cabello, Planner 1. Address is 205 South 6th Avenue. Before you this evening is the White Horse Saloon Special Use Permit at City Council level. It is SUP 25000012. The subject site location, White Horse Saloon proposes to occupy approximately 5,400 square feet of the first floor located in the building at 815 Arthur Street, approximately 100 feet southeast of the intersection with Kimball Street. Nearby uses include a restaurant, an arts, entertainment, and recreation facility to the north, church, personal services, and a restaurant to the south. Post office then is also to the east, along with personal service to the west. The applicant's request. The application before you tonight is a request to open a drinking establishment within 300 feet of a church, which requires, per city code, City Council level special use permit approval. The applicant proposes to open a non-smoking friendly neighborhood bar offering competitive darts as well as fun darts, pool tables with pool leagues, and shuffleboard. Live music on the weekends as well as DJ and a jukebox. Snack type foods will be available. The applicant proposes to have trained floor staff checking IDs and de-escalating, any issues, and their goal is for a peaceful environment. The applicant proposes that hours of operations be Monday through Thursday, 1 p.m. to 1 a.m., and Friday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. The applicant with the request, this is just showing the view of where the church is and adjacent to where the actual site is located. Comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan land use map has the subject site and surrounding area and the designated downtown core to the north, south, east, and west. Caldwell's downtown is the heart of the city. It's walkable streets, parks, and plazas, intermingling with boutiques, restaurants, and activities, which provide a unique experience for visitors and residents alike. The downtown, with its mix of old and new buildings, provides a home to residents and businesses alike. The downtown is a mixed-use focused area providing an array of commercial and entertainment offerings, along with a dense mix of housing and civic buildings. Staff finds the overall proposed use is generally consistent with the goals and policies from the adopted comprehensive plan based on the known facts at the time of publication of the staff report. Oh, sorry. Zoning and land use analysis. According to the Caldwell City Code, the downtown city, the DCC district, is the heart of the downtown, providing opportunities for infill and redevelopment while retaining traditional Main Street character. The district is intended to provide areas by zoning procedure in accordance with the comprehensive plan that accommodates a broad mix of pedestrian-oriented activities and uses such as retail shops, restaurants, and entertainment venues, as well as urban residential units and visitor lodging to promote a live street environment, expanded hours of activity, vertical mixed-use development projects have active uses on the first floor with offices and urban residential uses on the upper floors. Where the upper floors contain a mix of office and residential, the office uses shall be on the lower levels with the residential uses above. A pedestrian-friendly environment is encouraged in the district with buildings located near the front of the sidewalk, located to the sides or the rear. The applicant is proposing a use being a drinking establishment with liquor in the downtown city center within 300 feet of a church where it requires the city council approval of a special use permit. The subject site is also in the UD1 Downtown Urban Design Overlay Boundary. However, they are not proposing any renovations to the exterior or on the site. Let's see. So the next slide here is the floor plan. This is just showing that what the actual layout of the site is. The proposed drinking establishment will occupy the first floor, suite 120 and 110 of the building located at 815 Arthur Street. The parking requirements shall be met through any combination of on or off-street parking, leased parking, public right-of-way parking, or shared with another use of the site. Where permissible off-site or off-street parking can be used in meeting the requirements shall be located within 800 feet of the site. Here is just a layout floor plan done up by the applicants, just showing where they plan to have the game room, the seating, the dance floor, the stage, the kitchen, and the bar top. Public hearing notification. All city agency comments were included with the staff report. City of Nampa had no comment or concerns. ITD had no comments or concerns. There were no written testimony received by the public prior to the hearing. Site-specific conditions or concerns. Staff notes that the previous use was a similar use, the Eagles Lodge. Per the county assessor's record, the first floor area is 5,750 square feet, and the applicant will occupy 5,400 square feet of the space. Per fire, the occupancy load is limited to 229. The use is a space for people to gather and to listen to music, play games, drink, and eat. The applicant is not proposing any external renovations. City code requires a new business coming into the city to obtain a business license from the Community Development Planning and Zoning, and any drinking establishment shall obtain a liquor license from the city clerk. The applicant has submitted both applications and is in the process of meeting both requirements. The applicant can not complete the requirements until a special use is heard by city council and approved. If the applicant wishes for any signage, the applicant would be required to apply for an administrative design review application and a sign permit if they choose to install a sign. Staff recommends that the city council, if approves the special use request, that such approval is subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you so much.
I didn't see the police department on the conversation we had with our separate,
All of the agencies, the city agencies, was included with
the police department, and they give the okay sign?
Yes.
Okay, and why did we have an apple on there? That was the other question I had.
We have to, I guess, by law, notify all the different agencies, and they were on the list of the agencies, and they are very good about responding.
Oh, so agencies meaning all the cities, or what does that mean?
Mayor and Councilor Stanek, a lot of times jurisdictions will just notify the agencies that actually serve their city. But since we want to make sure we don't ever miss anyone, we just have a complete list of agencies and we notify everyone. And then they can choose to respond or not respond.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Denver?
April, thanks for the report. I know the gentleman who's applying because he's my neighbor and he's a really good barbecue guy. And you had mentioned a couple different times something about food. So would you tell me a little bit about the food that he's going to prepare there, or maybe the applicant during his testimony?
Yeah,
can tell
I'll
you,
let
because
the applicant.
I would assume that this is both an eating and a drinking establishment, and if that's the case, I think the public ought to be well aware that it's both.
Yes, there will be snacks or snack-like type available food, but I will let the applicant respond to that.
Councilor Allgood?
Yes, I'm not sure whether April can answer this question or maybe our good city clerk, but the Palace Event Center is a floor up. Do they pull alcohol permits for events there? Do they have alcohol there?
Counselor Allgood, they actually have an alcohol beverage license that's established with that establishment, and it is a liquor license.
So
Yes.
there's already alcohol being served in that
In
building?
the upper part, but the addressing allows for separate businesses on each level. But yes, there is already an alcohol beverage license there.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions I see. Thank you so much, April.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's nobody signed up in opposition or neutral, just in favor. Several people signed up in favor but not to speak, and so two that said they did. Suzanne, I believe, is that the correct pronunciation? So you are up first, and then we'll hear from Amber after that. So if you want to tag team it, you're more than welcome to, since you're the only two that are here to speak. So.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Amber Corson, and this is my business partner, Susie Earhart. We're here to present the White Horse, a new tavern concept set to open in downtown Caldwell. Our vision is to create a warm, welcoming gathering place that combines the charm of a traditional Western tavern with a unique recreational feature, a regulation-grade darts competition area that is capable of connecting players all over the world. The White Horse will provide a safe, comfortable environment where locals and visitors can come together to socialize, enjoy live music, traditional tavern games, and participate in competitive dart leagues and tournaments. Our goal is to establish the White Horse as the state leader in organized darts, attracting players from across Idaho. This will not only enrich our local culture, but also bring increased foot traffic and tourism revenue to Caldwell. We recognize that Caldwell's downtown could benefit greatly from venues that foster year-round community engagement and economic vitality. The White Horse will fill the gaps by offering a space that supports both casual, socializing, and organized recreation. To move forward, we respectfully request your approval of our special use permit. We are committed to full compliance with all city regulations, including health, safety, and fire codes. We look forward to becoming a positive contributor to Caldwell's continuing growth and downtown revitalization efforts. Thank you for your time and consideration. We would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you so much, Councilor Stanek.
Mr. Mayor, can I assume that you're not going to have any Glenn Miller music then, or what?
Hey,
I'm old, so I listen to the oldies.
Just kidding,
We
thank
have a
you.
jukebox with everything on it.
Very good. Any other questions? So, okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay,
As mentioned,
thank you.
those are the only ones that signed up to speak for this item. So with that, we'll close the public testimony portion of this hearing and turn over to council for a motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Allgood.
Based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the Caldwell City Council hereby orders that case number SUP 12, the applicant White Horse Saloon, on behalf of Miguel Gotti, is requesting approval for special use permit for drinking establishment with liquor in the downtown city center zoning district and within 300 feet of a church. I move that it be approved with conditions outlined in the staff report.
Very good. Do we have a second? Second. So it's a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Denver for approval of case SUP 25-12. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, then with that, voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. And that'll move us into action item number 20, and I think we can keep this pretty simple. So this is usually just a consent item, but since the approval had to happen first before they could get the approval for their liquor license, this is simply to approve the liquor license application for White Horse Saloon for the SUP that was just approved.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the liquor license
Second.
application for White.
Very good. So it's a motion from Councilor Denver and a second from Councilor Register for approval of the liquor license application for White Horse Saloon. Any discussion on that, or any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, voting is open for this item as well at this time. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. And that moves us into action item number 21. This is a special use permit, SUP 25-7, and requesting a special use permit for multifamily development consisting of 12 residential units. So with that, Katie, let's turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 205 South 6th Avenue. Before you tonight is the expansion of Lexington Sky Apartments, and it's SUP 2507. You've been provided with a late exhibit with updated floor plans and elevations that address a condition, but I'll touch on that a little bit later in my presentation. This has been analyzed under the new code. There has been no recommendations made on this application by the hearing examiner or the Planning and Zoning Commission, as the new code requires this proposed land use requires a special use permit that goes straight to City Council for approval or denial. The project location is .82 acre parcel located at the southwest corner of Adam Smith Avenue and Thomas Jefferson Street, east of Smead Parkway. This site has frontage along Thomas Jefferson Street. The project site is currently surrounded by the existing Lexington Sky Apartments to the north, a municipal park to the south, Thomas Jefferson Charter School to the east, and a vacant land to the west. Also, there's an industrial to the west across Smead and commercial uses surrounding the existing multifamily and fronting along Highway 2026, as well as some single family to the east of the charter school. There are 4 developments within a 1-mile radius of the subject site that are either actively under construction or have been approved for entitlements. A majority of those are commercial proposed uses and/or are being built as we speak. And then there's Topaz Ranch West, which is also under construction as well. And the application before you tonight is for a council-level special use permit to allow for a multifamily large scale in the R3 zone for the parcel shown in red. The subject site was annexed into the City of Caldwell in 2000 under case number ANN 3000 with the initial zone of C3. In 2024, a comprehensive plan map amendment and a rezone were approved by the council, changing the zone from C3 to R3, CPM 2313 and ZON 2312. And that was with the anticipation of this SUP application to expand the existing Lexington Sky Apartments. The parcel was rezoned to R3 in 2024, as I just mentioned, with the intent of this development being proposed in the future. The purpose of the R3 urban residential zone is to provide areas by zoning procedures in accordance with the comprehensive plan, which allow for multifamily townhomes, row housing, mixed-use buildings, and live-work units. This zone is situated along or near major streets such as collectors and arterials. It's also generally located near pedestrian connections and commercial services. The proposed development is surrounded by C3 to the north, C2 to the south, C2 and R3 to the east, and C2 and M1 to the west. Staff finds the R3 zone is suitable as there are several existing high-density developments to the north in the commercial zones, as those were developed when multifamily was permitted use in those commercial zones. The proposed development is consistent with the mixed-use center and neighborhood 3 place type of the comprehensive plan, and the proposed densities are in compliance with the comprehensive plan. The proposed land use for large-scale multifamily requires a special use permit at the city council level within the R3 zoning district. The applicant is proposing one multifamily building with 12 units, a walking path that connects from the sidewalk along Thomas Jefferson Street to the existing pathway on the park parcel to the south, along with several amenities. This proposal may be considered a second phase of the existing Lexington Sky apartments to the north that are currently tenant occupied. The proposed development project has been analyzed for compliance with city codes and policies, and staff finds the proposed development is in compliance with parking and landscaping requirements, all bulk standards for lot size, setbacks, frontage, and height of buildings, and the proposed development is in compliance with all other zoning standards. The proposed development will have adequate site access and all utilities are available or will be available as outlined in the engineering staff report. Public agencies were notified and asked to provide comments. No agencies stated any concern for this proposal at this time, and staff has received no public comments at this time. Staff is recommending that condition 6 under site-specific conditions be removed, as the applicant has provided updated floor plans and elevations as that late exhibit that you received to reflect those modulations of the 1-foot depth on the side elevations as required by code. And staff recommends that if council approves the special use permit, that request that such request is subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision. And I stand for any questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions, Councilor Doty?
Mr. Mayor, just a comment. I see again, we're asking the city of Nampa what we should do here. So I need clarification. Do they send us one that says, Caldwell, what do you think about what's going on in Nampa? I don't understand why we're asking Nampa. I can understand along the border if we're both trying to figure out something that's an issue or a problem along our border. I don't understand why we're asking another city what's best for Caldwell.
Yeah.
So I'm not in favor of that. If it's not necessary, and just because it's a click of a button, I'm not in favor of that, then remove them. I don't understand why we're asking the city of Nampa what's best for Caldwell.
Okay, yeah, appreciate that comment. Councilor Denver?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Katie, I have one question, and I think I remember this from previous discussions. It looks like from the aerial map that there's a well-defined walkway from that ball field to Thomas Jefferson. And so even though the ball field and Thomas Jefferson are owned by two different entities, have we addressed that little walk path, and how are we going to displace people, keep them safe, whatever? I'll let you answer that question.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Dittenber. Yes, so that is actually part of their proposition. They will be connecting a pathway that will go from the sidewalk along Thomas Jefferson down to connect to that path that's located within the municipal park to the south. And there is a condition on there as well that would have a public access easement over it, so they would at no time be able to close that off to the public to be able to serve connection from those different locations.
Okay, I don't see any. Councilor Allgood.
Yeah, quick question. Just the vacant lot to the south of it, is there any plans, development, and titles on that property as we speak?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor. To the west, is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, whatever direction that is.
To my knowledge, no, we have not seen any applications come through for that. I don't know if there's been any discussion.
At this point, it's still vacant lot, just, thank you.
I believe that's owned by Thomas Jefferson, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And they can clarify that when they come up, so. Okay. Oh, yes. Councilor Richter.
Hi, have we heard this before?
Mayor and Councilor, yes and no. So it did come forward back in 2024 for a comp plan map amendment and a rezone from C3 to R3, which allows more of residential uses. As I mentioned, some of the multifamily up to the north that's existing there, that's all within the commercial zones, but that was once upon a time permitted, so they came through when that was permitted. So to be more compliant with code and the comp plan, this was rezoned to R3 with the anticipation of coming forward as an extension of that northern multifamily.
Okay, so was it denied before then? The rezone was denied, or?
It was denied once and came back and was approved by this council.
Okay, but we're approving it again tonight?
So this is just for the special use permit for the development proposed itself, so
Okay.
the
And it's
multifamily building.
a 3-story development, right?
I believe that is correct. The applicant should be able to touch on that a little bit more. It does meet any height requirements or anything like that.
Okay, so I have a question. There was, I remember hearing concern about this. I don't remember if it was on the record or off the record, but having a 3-story building next to a park and a school was unsafe for potential shooters, things like that, like giving them that sort of height access over those areas. So just curious if any of the law enforcement folks up here have any opinion on that. I know Councilor Doty had a concern with it at one point. I don't know if that's still a concern or if there's been a change, but just curious if that's concerning to anybody else.
Since I was called out, I
Yeah.
don't mind addressing it. When we sent this out to our police, what did our police say about it?
Mayor and Councilor, I was not contacted by the police department regarding this development. I'm not aware if there was any other communications with the applicant potentially, but to my knowledge, there were no outright concerns stated.
All right, thank you.
So if we can ask questions as staff, we do have the deputy chief here. I'd like to make sure that there's not a problem with the 3-story building next to a park and a school and that concern of access there.
Deputy Chief, do you mind coming forward and giving your thoughts?
And I only asked you because I know you had brought it up before, so if it's not a concern for you anymore, that's fine, but I'm just curious how
Mayor,
that
Council,
works.
honestly, I mean, there's always a concern. If you have a 3-story building that faces a school or a schoolyard, you have a position of advantage. The Las Vegas shooting is kind of an example of that. When you have the high ground, nobody can see you. I honestly can't make an opinion as far as this goes, but just my honest opinion as far as 3-story buildings being next to school and schoolyards, there's always the possibility for that.
Okay, any other questions, staff, at this time? Do not see any. Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. Okay, so we'll start with those in favor. Did not sign up, but I'm guessing that you want to be on here, Bonnie. So I went ahead and wrote your name down for you, so just wanted to make sure that was clear on that. So if you could state your name, and then as the applicant, you'll get 10 minutes for your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Bonnie Layton. I'm at 690 South Industry Way, Suite 10, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. And I'm here tonight on behalf of my client, Lexington Partners, to bring forward this project for you. Should be, okay. And so just as a little bit of a recap, so this property, as Katie mentioned, was annexed. It's had some history. I became involved in the project back in 2024 when I was before you folks to process this as a future land use map, so a comp plan map amendment and a rezone to R3. So Councilor Register, what had happened in 2021 is the city had actually revised the city code and the land use chart, and went from having some multifamily uses permitted in certain zones to across the board, it had to be a conditional use permit. And so, so we went through the process to rezone this. This was a piece that was, we believed to be well-suited for residential, given the fact that it's close to, let's see, it's not changing. Oh, there we go. Given the fact that it was especially close to a number of employment centers in the area. Obviously, there's a charter school next door as well, and then this beautiful city park to our southern boundary. And at that time, as we had mentioned, we've got the development across the street that this is the next phase of. So in addition to the amenities that we are required to provide for this project as a standalone. However, our residents in this development would also have access, full access to the amenities across the street. As you can see, and as Katie mentioned, at our southwest corner, we have, well, along our western boundary, we've got a walking trail that'll extend from the street down to the ball diamonds. And then it's not even 1,000 feet down to some pretty fantastic city amenities with the skate park, the tot lot, the BMX track, all very walkable for our residents and any children that may live in this development. So you can see the images here and where that pathway connection would be. This, I've turned the image sideways, so north is pointing to the left, but this is a better view of how our site plan sort of fits into the site across the street. You could see where at the time the project was the site was under construction. It's now fully built out and leased up. And so this is just an addition to that. One thing that I do want to remind council of on this is this site has some pretty significant easement constraints running through the site. So the development of the site is not just a standard open lot. There are some constraints with some power easements and public utility easements. So really fitting something on the site that fits into the community, again, with the park nearby, and then our residents will have advantage of being part of that larger piece of the development across the street with the walking trail. We really believe this is a great use for the site. The site plan is basically the same site plan that we showed you during the last time I was before you. This is a little bit more refined, and it's been updated to comply. We were kind of right as the code was transitioning. So we submitted our applications before the code changed, and then the fee got paid right after the code changed. So there's a couple of comments in the staff report that we worked through to try to update it related to landscaping and whatnot. But we comply with code. These are some site details. So as Katie mentioned, it's just under an acre. We're well within the range of the density allowed for either the neighborhood 3 or the mixed use zoning designation. We're proposing 15 dwelling units per acre, and the comp plan kind of splits our site, and that's where staff had found that we are in compliance with the comp plan and the zoning designation for this. This is a map that shows you a number of site amenities that we have. So we've got on-site storage for each of the units, outdoor space, which is now required. If you may recall before, multifamily developments, it was required to have a special use permit, but there weren't a lot of standards to go by that were required. We've got bike repair, covered bike storage area. Let's see. Obviously, the pathway that we are in agreement with as a condition of approval, that would be a public use easement, that anybody could access the pathway along our western boundary. And across the street, we've got a clubhouse, a community entertaining area, tot lot, picnic tables, and gazebo. Of course, we're going to have a barbecue stand and picnic table here as well. So pretty amenitized for this building when you take into context not only that we comply with code requirements for this site in particular, but they get the benefit of using the amenities across the street. The buildings themselves, similar to what we built across the street, there was a little bit of code change in terms of undulation along the elevation and the pop-outs having a little bit more definition that came into play on our on the ends of our buildings. So we quickly made that revision, and that was probably the late exhibit that Katie mentioned, was just on the west and east ends, that center gable piece, we popped it out an additional 6 inches to comply with code to provide a little bit more reveal. Color palette and everything the same. These are 2-bedroom units, 3 floors of 2-bedroom units. So 12 units total. And as I mentioned, so we've got 84 units across the street. There's some pictures of what those buildings look like. As you can tell from the renderings, previous slide, it's going to look the same and be homogeneous. And same management company, same leasing office and everything. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Councilor Williams.
Thank you. Could you go back to the slide where you turned northwest? Where you had that going sideways there?
Probably that one?
No. Oh, yeah, maybe that is. Yes, that's it, right there. So the apartment buildings are clear to the south end of the lot there.
Yep.
So the existing apartments are more directly across the street from the school than even these are. It's the parking lot that's directly in front of the school. Is that right?
Councilman Williams, members of the council, I would agree with that statement. I mean, proximity-wise, our building, just by way of some of the public easements, public utility easements that happen to occur on the site, we are very far removed from the adjacent ones, or no closer than what the other buildings are. That is correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, and perhaps I am because I'm getting old, my memory's fading, but back when we approved this, the option was a gas station. Not had to be, but a gas station could have been built there without any council approval. And it seems to me that this is the most appropriate use for this property, that it's contiguous with the other properties there. It's just the further going there. And I do, this is anecdotal, but I appreciate again all the work going into this, because as much as it probably cost your client a little more money to make those last minute changes, I like them. And I'm glad for them, and it looks like a good project for that lot.
Thank you, Councilman Williams. Yes, in the previous hearing, there was a lot of discussion around what could just go in there, and especially given the fact that there is such a fantastic city amenity where there's not a lot of residential around it. This really provides that opportunity, again, with our public use easement over top of our pathway that runs along the western boundary of our site, that's really helping to bring people to access that amenity.
Councilor Dimber.
Bonnie, thank you for the information. You said you have 24 units across the street. It's also called Lexington, Lexington Heights, Lexington something or other, right? So they're 3 stories, aren't they?
Councilman Dittenberg, that is correct. They are 3 stories. You can see them in these images
Because
here.
I'm looking at a Google Street View here. It's a great picture of these 3-story buildings there with a bunch of kids playing in the background of the school, and then the school. So any concerns about 3-story buildings, you'd think that train has already left the station a long time ago when these subdivisions were approved.
Yes, I would agree. I mean, I can think of a lot of downtown urban city environments where there's 3, 4, 5 stories. You know, I do, you know, understand school safety is a concern. Unfortunately, I think it's not necessarily limited to just 3-story buildings. You could have single-story residences, and I think we all have that concern, unfortunately, in our communities these days. But we do feel that it fits the context and the character of the area.
Councilor Doty?
Yes, thank you. Bonnie, it's a great infill projects, but I want you to ease my mind just a little bit and maybe educate me a little bit. But within the confines of the law, you do or do not do background checks or to check your tenants that are within those apartments?
Councilman Doty, I would have to check with my client. I'm not, I would hate to speak out of turn, but I can probably get a message and get an answer for you after, for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I believe the answer is yes, but I'd hate to just say that without, I wouldn't want to speak out of turn.
Councilor Allgood?
Thank you. When we heard this, and I can't remember which time it was when we heard this before, but I know the school has some concerns about the tenant population bleeding over into their parking lot and maybe parking problems or trash problems, that kind of thing. What kind of fence or barricade will be in between this property and the school property?
Councilman Allgood and members of the council, you will see from our landscape plans that we are proposing a solid vinyl fence along both of our boundaries there. So it's, you know, it's landscaped, very well designated. This is the site. We've got our own amenities. Like I said, we've got bicycle repair, bicycle storage, little barbecue, picnic table area, and then, of course, our residents have the opportunity to go across the street and use those amenities. So I would think that's where they would want to go to play, and not necessarily, or use the park to the south. So, and I think the fence, that solid fence, helps alleviate that concern as well.
There won't be any gates in that fence that you're aware of?
That is correct. Actually, there's a condition of approval from staff that we remove I think there was a driveway stub at one point that went from one property to the other. So that's a condition that has to be removed. So it'll be part of our site development. And of course, there's a pretty healthy landscaping all along that fence as well. Yep.
Councilor Register?
Yeah, do you have a picture of I guess the south side of the building that faces the park?
I do. So it would be, Councilor Register, it would be the one at the bottom right of our screen.
Okay,
So the one above it is the stairwell that opens to the parking lot, so you
Okay.
access the building from there.
So the south elevation, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I mean, just because we made a mistake one time by approving a 3-story by school doesn't mean we have to do it twice. But the other concern with this is that this south elevation then faces the park, right? So we have a whole nother consideration with the park right there, the BMX, all that stuff, on top of the school being to the, I guess, to the east or something. So I just wanted to see if there were balconies and windows there as well facing the park. So, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, Bonnie.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. So there's nobody signed up in neutral. We do have a few people signed up in opposition. So Julie Yamamoto. So if you come forward and please state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you. Julie Yamamoto, 2619 South Willowbrook Place, Caldwell. And I am on the board at Thomas Jefferson, but I am speaking, we have someone here on the board who will speak on the board's behalf, so I'm speaking on my own behalf. And I bet you wish that you had $1 for every time somebody said, "Not in my backyard." So I brought my $1 because I don't want it in our backyard. And I'm just going to give you 2 reasons. And they're safety reasons. And I will start with the one that when we were building that school, I was the principal who was charged with planning and helping get that building set. How it's sitting now was flipped, and those power lines were going right over the top of that school. And I know Idaho Power tells you it's not a problem. I believe it's a problem. You can hear them buzzing. My own dog wouldn't walk under them, okay? So I don't think when we say we care about kids and families, and then we're going to build the residential right underneath those power lines, which are already an issue just for safety of the people putting up the building, I think that bears some thinking. The other thing I will tell you is it's a special use permit, which means it wasn't originally designed to be that. But let me tell you what the special use has become. 24 people with how many dogs? And the special use is what dogs do. And people don't always pick up what dogs do, which is do. And now we're going to add 12 more units with more dogs. What's the big deal? We put a fence, a very nice looking fence all around there, but it's not big enough to keep every animal out of there. And imagine, if you will, hundreds of little feet going out there after a weekend of people walking their dogs, which I think they should do. And they run through dog do. And now they're bringing it, because we do PE outside as long as we can. And now they're bringing it into the building. It's on their shoes. This is not acceptable. So I know it sounds like the perfect thing, a good infill. It sounds like that you've decided that that's what should happen. But I would just ask you to reconsider that maybe it really isn't the best use of that piece of land, and that maybe we need to consider that there are safety issues that have not been taken into consideration. And I will yield the rest of my time to our principal, Jody Endicott, and she can give you more of that rundown. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate that. Jody Endicott is next one signed up to speak. So if you could just state your name for the record as well, then you have 3 minutes also.
My name is Jody Endicott. I live at 6916 Map Rock Road in Caldwell. As mentioned, Thomas Jefferson owns the land on both sides of the proposed development area. 2014, when the school purchased the parcel next to the Department of Labor, I believe the city was interested in keeping that area of discussion for additional parking for the softball fields. So we fast forward to 2 years ago, the city put the property of tonight's discussion out for bid and did not inform Thomas Jefferson Charter School. Lexington Apartments was the only bid pending rezone for potential apartments. It was rezoned and purchased by Lexington, and now tonight's request is for building 12 additional housing units on this site. There are 55 units to the north of Thomas Jefferson Charter School, not owned by Lexington. So 55 units on Enterprise, where Adam Smith tees with Enterprise. There are currently 85 units in the Lexington complex. 24 was mentioned a couple of times tonight, but to my knowledge, there's 85 units in that particular existing area. Since these apartments were put in place, both the 55 and the 85, we've added an SRO, we added a locking system to our doors, we've added security cameras, we've added fencing around our entire perimeter, we have locked gates, we have school zone signs in an effort to slow down the increased traffic, we have no trespassing signs, we have camera notice signs, and with all of this, the issues that we're experiencing, we have vape cartridges thrown onto our playground, we have paint on our playground equipment, we have paint on our exterior doors, we have dog poop on our playground. We have alcohol bottles on our playground. We have cigarette butts on our playground. We have firework debris from this past 4th of July in our parking lot. A person drove through our fence in June, through the steel fence and onto our playground. A person jumped the fence the other day and was running, apparently exercising on the playground. We have disabled trailers, vehicles, motorhomes left on the street, impeding a clear bus travel in and out of the school. We have police calls to the area, and most recently on Saturday night, a person broke into our storage container and took an industrial vacuum and a pressure washer. I've been to 2 planning and zoning meetings where planning and zoning recommended denial of this rezone for these potential apartments. I attended the city council meeting, which was a split council decision on the rezone in which Mayor Wagner, per procedure, made the decision to approve the rezone. And this brings us to today's meeting, and I appreciate you listening to me once again in opposition for these 12 additional apartment units that border our school parking lot and the school's property next to the Department of Labor.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Questions? Councilor Doty?
Just a comment, and I'm not sure if it's staff, but it probably is, but if not this, then what? So what else qualifies? We shouldn't just leave the land open forever, that something should go into that infill project for sure, but if not this, then what would qualify to go there? Because whether it's a gas station, which could give you the same issues, right? Sounds like you put in security measures, so I'm just asking, if not an apartment complex, what qualifies to go on that land?
So while Robin's looking that up, is there any questions specific for Jody before we have her?
Well, that was
sit down?
kind of my question too, was what else could go there if it was commercial, like a daycare or a dentist office or the things that we like to put in Caldwell? How would you feel about that?
I'd have to talk with our board of directors, but I think that would be much better than an additional 12 apartments. The existing 55 and 85 are a distance away. They're on the corner of Thomas Jefferson and Adam Smith, and then this, in my opinion, seems like there's a little tiny piece, and let's put 12 more right there.
Well, let me ask you this then, because what I'd really like to see more of is gathering spaces, right? Like if it was a coffee shop or a pizza place or whatever, that kind of thing. I would love to see more of that in Caldwell than the standard office buildings or more multifamily or some kind of commercial. It doesn't have to be a gas station. But question for you, just because we're not standing there, and I've tried to look at it on Google Maps, the apartments that are there right now, safety-wise, I guess the argument is, well, we already approved it, so why not put some more in? It's not going to cause any additional problems. Looking at it from your perspective, are these apartments that we're talking about tonight that are right next to the park and your school, does that concern you at all from a safety perspective of having the 3 stories, or would the other one, I'm just trying to get my bearings straight, I think.
Very much so. A huge concern.
Do the other ones also concern you?
Yes.
And that was a split vote, I think you said, on that one, or?
I'm unaware of when the 55 were approved and these first from Lexington, the 85. I was not a part of that. I became in the loop when the property was up for rezone tonight, the .8 acres. And so that's what I was referring to about the split decision, the 2 times denied from planning and zoning, and then the one meeting that I was at when it was a split with city council.
Okay, so you still have some safety concerns with this one and would rather see some commercial in there or something that makes kind of sense for that area?
Or a parking lot for the park.
Or a parking lot, too. Okay, thank you.
Kate, thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Robin, did you have?
Yes,
Answer that question.
Mayor and council. So things like retail, restaurant are allowed in those zones. You can do duplexes, triplexes, 4plexes, 5plexes, and 6plexes without an SUP in that zone. You could do a wine tasting room. You could do a homeless shelter. You could do professional services, personal services, and group homes. So there's quite a variety of things that could be put there.
Did you have a question?
No, Mr. Mayor, I have a statement, though, if I could.
So we do have one more person testify. I
Okay.
don't know if you want to do it after that, or?
Sure.
Okay. Amanda? And again, if you just state your name for the record, then you'll have 3 minutes as well if you're just
Okay, thanks. My name's Amanda Van Gils, 17061 North Wiley Place, Nampa, Idaho. I'm in the Valley View School District, which makes Thomas Jefferson Charter my school, and that's why I'm speaking to you today. I'm here as a concerned parent, but also as a parent disappointed in how this entire situation has unfolded. I have 2 children that attend Thomas Jefferson Charter. Lexington Sky Apartments already has a large apartment complex on Adam Smith Avenue, directly in front of the school, mostly facing the school's play yard, as well as the front door to the office. As you know, as we've already discussed, it's the same developer that has purchased the additional land in front of the school, this time closer. I'm concerned about its vicinity to the school. The piece of land is shaped like a rectangle, so the short side is against Thomas Jefferson Street, and so it means that parking lot, that whole area, it's going to be directly in front of Thomas Jefferson School where all the classroom windows are. So really, I guess one of the added benefits is they'll be able to wave to the children in their classrooms. I'm incredibly disappointed that we're having this discussion, that we're discussing the building of these apartments. If you're familiar with this area, there's a very large open field, which we've discussed how Thomas Jefferson is the owner of the majority of that field. The developer purchased this small piece of land after the land went up for auction, as it was originally owned by the city of Caldwell. It was announced, I believe, in classifieds. I'm not really sure exactly, but the point is that the school was never notified, and so it was discovered too late. So I'm imploring you today to right this wrong, or at the very least, don't make it worse by allowing a tall apartment building to be built. I've also heard a lot of people talk, as I was sitting in here during the meeting, we talked about affordable housing tonight. Lexington Sky is charging $1,295 to $1,370 for a 1-bedroom apartment. Westview Lofts, another apartment across from the school's play yard on Enterprise, is much cheaper. So did that little legwork while we were sitting here today. So I hope that you make the right choice and don't approve something just because something's already been approved in the past and just because there's already apartments there. It's unfortunate that we're completely surrounded by all of these tall apartment buildings. You've heard the issues that we're having. Let's not make the problem worse.
Okay, thank you so much. Did you want to make a statement before the rebuttal comes up?
Well, it's relevant to the comments that have been made because this property was owned by the city. It was put up for auction. At the time that this property was purchased, this discussion was had. And because we approved it previously, I feel like now we're moving the goalposts by saying you can't do what we agreed to being done prior that now requires, because of things proceeding, the special use permit. It is really unfortunate that the school couldn't purchase this when they had the chance. I remember talking about that in 2024 or whenever we talked about this before. There's a lot we wish we could go back and undo, but moving the goalposts for the person who bought this lot from the city with the understanding that he was going to be able to continue his development is difficult for me. And Ms. Layton has nothing to do with that. She's not the developer, I don't think. That developer purchased this from us with this understanding. I just see us moving the goalposts if we deny it now after we approved it then.
Bonnie, do you want to come up for your rebuttal? And you'll have 3 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. First of all, I do want to confirm that yes, we do background checks. That's what I thought, but my client has confirmed that. I do also want to make sure that it's clear, we are not building under the power lines. We are building a way out of the easement. That was a comment that was made I just want to be clear, our buildings are not under the power lines. Dogs, as I stated in my application letter, we have a dog park across the street at the larger complex that our residents will be able to use as well. Yes, the school owns both sides. I do recall that my client, I believe he testified to this last time, they had even approached the school district at one point to do some sort of land swap, or the charter school, which at that point they were not in agreement with, and so that never happened. In terms of code compliance again, and sort of looking at what is allowed here, office buildings, I believe those are not limited to single story. Those could be 3-story as well. So there's certain things that could be permitted here that may have those same issues or concerns. There was comment about waving at the children. As I mentioned, we will have a fence. Yes, maybe from the higher stories, but on the ends of our, like on the east end of our building, that eastern facade, those windows are high, those are inoperable. And I do want to clarify, there's 84 units across the street, and this is 12. So there were some different numbers going around about that, that I just want to make sure that we were clear on. And then, you know, really, my clients are trying to be good neighbors. My client did let me know that the charter school had approached them, that if there was some sort of lockout or something that needed to happen with the school, if the kids could come over to their site to use their restrooms and stuff. And of course, my client said yes. They're trying to be good neighbors. They're trying to be part of this community. You know, in terms of the addition of amenities, not only for these residents, but the public use easement that will run across the site, that will really help provide connectivity, not only for our residents, but to some of the other communities north of us, to really bring everybody in and down to the city park, as I mentioned before, is beautiful. And then, of course, providing much-needed housing in this area near a lot of jobs. So with that, I really appreciate your time this evening and request your approval of our special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Bonnie or for staff at this time? No? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Yes.
Would your client, and I don't know if you could speak for your client, but would they be willing to put in the rental agreement with these tenants that they are not allowed to be on the school property? I know rental agreements are sometimes difficult to enforce, but they have to sign a rental agreement to move in. And putting a one line in there, it's private property anyway. Is that something that could be considered? I don't know. It just occurs to me as I sit here.
Councilman Williams, you know, I suppose anything can be put into a rental agreement. I think there can be some information provided to the residents as part of their welcome packet. That's, hey, you know, you can use these amenities across the street. There's this beautiful city park, you know, but the school property is, you know, private property. I could see that being something in a welcome packet, seeing as how they probably want to let the folks in this building know that they do have that access. So.
Very good. Okay, any other questions for Bonnie, for staff? Did you have a question?
I have just more of a statement.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close public testimony at this time, and then if you want to make your statement, you can, and then we'll look for a motion from council.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on some of the other stuff that was said. I think a rental agreement would be difficult, especially if they had kids that went there, so it might be hard to do something like that. I have the safety concerns that I share with Principal, right, of Thomas Jefferson. The deputy chief has said that he would share those concerns in general. I don't think background checks keep people from making really bad decisions. Unless there's an agreement with the city, then every development or construction that comes forward has to get an SUP if it's required. It doesn't, I mean, unless there was something that said that they wouldn't need it, meaning if they're out of their zone or area or whatever. So I don't know that that holds up for me. But the bigger thing for me is that so many times we've sat here and heard that this comp plan is so amazing that it's getting compliments from people all over the place. I've heard this council say this many, many times. And then we come back for an SUP and all of a sudden, well, if it's not this, then what? We have a comp plan. They did all of this research. They did all of this planning. And as Ms. Collins read off, there's plenty of things that can go there. And in my opinion, with this beautiful city park, it's such a perfect place for gathering spaces. It's such a perfect place to bring people to visit, have a cup of coffee, grab a piece of pizza, go to the park, wait for their kids, whatever it is that they're going to do there. But I don't see, with all of these things and with the comp plan that, again, was approved by this council, and the comments are made almost at every meeting about how great it is, why we should then be already giving concessions to developers for projects that don't fit anymore.
Good, okay. So with that, look for a motion in regards to this item from council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Register.
I'll make a motion to deny. Do you want me to read the whole thing?
Okay, no, I think that's sufficient. So, okay, so that is a motion for denial of the special use permit, SUP 25-7. Is there a second to that motion?
Second. Mr. Mayor, if I may be comment.
Yes, for sure. So that's a motion from Councilor Register, a second from Councilor Stoddard. Sorry, it's getting late already for denial of that. So yes, for discussion, Councilor Stoddard.
I think, here again, we have a situation that, going back to my biblical times, I feel like King Solomon, how are you going to split the baby up? You're irresponsible. I mean, the school district, in my opinion, is irresponsible for not buying the project. The land around it, protect them. It was city property at one time. And then we have plan and zoning we approved, and it's a project that fits our laws and plan and zoning. So it's not an easy decision for us to make. And of course, there's going to be people that'll hate us and people that'll probably love us. But when we come up with situations like that, and I definitely have a problem with the school district, both Caldwell and Valley View, because sometimes I just don't think they plan ahead far enough to protect developments like this relative to either going in or not going in, and especially the kiddos. The kiddos should always be more important than anything, but that doesn't relieve the responsibility that the school district should have on trying to protect their property too, and make sure the proper developments are up around the school areas themselves. So again, I'm caught in between that, but again, the kiddos have priorities, and I wish the school district would do a better job of their plan also. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, sure. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, so again, the motion is for denial, so similar to earlier. So a green light on it means that you're in favor of the denial, and then a red light means that you oppose the the motion for denial. So with that, voting will be open at this time. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion is a tie. So with Councilor Dittenberg, Councilor Williams, and Councilor Doty voting in opposition to the motion for denial, and then Councilor Stoddard, Councilor Register, and Councilor Allgood voting in favor of the denial. So in regards to that, I actually may have a couple questions for legal as we go on this. So I've been trying to do a little bit of looking up emails because I know it was discussed that the school was not aware of the auction, and I thought that our economic development director had reached out, so I was trying to find an email that he maybe had sent, was not able to do that, and would like to have some more information on that, and then also where the property is located. I know it was mentioned by Bonnie that there had been some discussion, but I also would like to see if there was more discussion about moving. I think it's in a good area. There's already been development to the north, exactly the same pretty much as what's here. Could it be, though, more, I guess, would the school be interested in swapping property to move this to the west on that end? So I would like to see if there was possibility of discussion between those two parties before a final decision is made. With a tie vote, is the mayor allowed to abstain to allow that motion to just fall away, and then potentially, if the council is willing, to continue this for some time to allow the party to discuss, to come back and have discussion on that? Is that a possibility, or does that make sense, kind of what I'm trying to ask?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that wasn't a question I anticipated answering tonight. I think what you're really asking for is to continue the hearing. So I think maybe you'd want to ask the council if the hearing could be continued for more information to be gathered.
Okay, and then that would just kind of withdraw that and then go on that.
I
So I
think
guess
if the motion was granted for the continuation, then I think it would
Trump
supersede the motion that's before right now, or the council could, that would be consent from the council to be able to table that. I would check with the clerk if that's fine with the procedure.
So, okay, perfect. So I guess that would, again, go to the council on that if there's willingness to continue this, to get some of those answers done. Like I said, I'd like to do a little more, or have some research done as far as, was the school notified properly, things of that of the auction. And then if there's any willingness, because like I said, I think it does make sense, but again, when you have all that land to the west of the school, and this in the middle, it reminds me of Lions Park a little bit, where now we have a property in the middle of two city parks. Is it possible to relocate that? Or maybe there's not interest from the developer to do that, I don't know, but those are questions I'd like to get answered before it goes one way or the other. So I don't know if there's interest from council, and if that would just be like a substitute motion, or if there's just discussion with council, or the best way to.
I'm going to defer to the procedural expertise of the clerk.
To my knowledge, it would be a substitute motion for that, just to go ahead and continue on, so you'll need to put it into a form of a motion now. Yes.
So I don't know if there's any willingness on that to try to get a little more info.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make a substitute motion, but in doing so, and here in just a minute, this is difficult because we are dealing with many issues here, not just one. We're dealing with the issues of property rights. We're dealing with the issue of a comprehensive plan. We're dealing with due diligence that we've done. And when a vote comes down to preference, it's hard. The key issues in this has been a multifamily property manager for years, is we can put whatever we want into the lease agreement, but I have 25% boarders and lodgers, and I have 50% of my tenants that have dogs without my permission, and I have a whole bunch of stuff that goes on that's just hard to manage. It would be different if Adam Smith Avenue was a private road. I think I would have a lot more. This is a public road. Doesn't prevent anybody from saying, hey, I know this great jogging path, and taking a right-hand turn off of Smead onto and taking people there. So this is really difficult. So my motion, substitute motion, would be that we move to table this to a time not yet determined, where more questions could be asked of the developer and the school, whether or not there is an amenable solution to this issue.
Okay, so that would be a continuance to a date to be determined. So with that, we would need a renotice. Is that right, Debbie, in that regards, when it does, that would allow time for questions to be answered, and when those are at that time, then we would just renotice it out to come back to council. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
So that's a second from Councilor Doty. Any discussion? So with that, we'll just do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that motion does pass. So that allows for this to be continued. So with that, staff will be reaching out to discuss with the two parties and to kind of get some answers on that and try to find some answers to the other questions. So it is an active hearing, just so the council is aware in that regard. So obviously can't, questions to staff are appropriate, but any discussion with the applicant or those opposed would not be appropriate, and you should direct those all through staff. Would that be correct, Mr. Class?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, appreciate that, and I do appreciate that motion. Again, I think it allows us to get some of those answers taken care of and to find out before we do move forward with the final decision. So, okay, so that ends that item for the time being, and then moves us on to action item number 22, which is Bill 50, Ordinance 3702, change to Caldwell City Code. Rob, Mr. MacDonald. He's trying to get somebody else to do it, but you look so sharp in that tie. We need to get you up here.
Mr. Mayor, Council, this should be the simplest item on the agenda tonight.
Don't ever say that, because then it just goes the other way.
Mr. Mayor, I want to make a motion to approve this. Let's go.
All we're doing is changing a reference to the state code in our city code under the street lighting. There was an incorrect reference. I think state code changed recently, and so we had to change the reference to the state code to make sure it was referring to the correct section.
Perfect. Okay, sounds good. Any questions? Okay, excellent. I think, I do think that 20 was quicker though, because we didn't even have to hear from staff on that one, but very well done. Okay, so as you heard, a very simple change, just that word in regards to the city code. So if there's any questions for staff, you may do those, or if not, is there a motion? Councilor Doty.
Make a motion to sponsor Bill 50, Ordinance 3702, amending Caldwell City Code, Chapter 5, Article 9, Section 5, it's getting late, 591 of Caldwell City Code pertaining to the streetlights and to properly reference Idaho State Statute with a request to move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication.
Very good. Okay, so we have a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard for passage of Bill 50, Ordinance 3702. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, then voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. So with that, we will then go to the item that was removed from consent calendar down to new business, and this is for the resolution approving an agreement with Precision Engineering to provide design services for street lighting analysis of the downtown and north of downtown areas. So this did come up with some, well, on two, to kind of look at the downtown lighting that's going on down there and improving that, and also with concerns in the north area, kind of between the freeway and the railroad tracks of trying to improve lighting in that area also. We have actually been working with Idaho Power to get out there and put up some street lights, but we would like to have a study done that we could show if that is actually improving in those regards. So that's what this study was for, and I think Bruce, Raylyn, and probably Rob could answer any questions as well, and Robin perhaps also on that. So yes, Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose I just had two questions that I thought were worthy of the council's consideration. First of all, again, I feel like we're hiring another consultant at a big price tag, and I'm so impressed by our staff. I really am. We've got some great people working for us. I question why we can't do this in-house, and if not, as we continue to hire consultants, would it be better to create a position where they're doing all these for you so that 3, 4, 5 times a year, we're not hiring consultants? So it was one thought for consideration. The second is this not in an area we're considering for urban renewal, and would this not be better an urban renewal project before we spend city funds on this? And so I just wanted council to consider that before we made a motion under the consent calendar.
Good. Maybe Bruce, you want to start with the part about the consulting, and then maybe we'll have Raylyn touch on the urban renewal part.
This would be a photometric study of the area, the special got unless you have other questions.
Councilor Elgin, do you have a?
Yeah, Bruce, when you say, basically, what area would they be consulting on? Is there a specific area that they're going to be focusing on?
This study is broken into two areas. One, the downtown area, everything south of the railroad tracks down to Blaine, and basically between 5th and 10th. And then the other is everything north of the tracks to the freeway from essentially Centennial over to 10th. So, and they're almost identical in scope and cost. Well, they are identical in cost. So there's the ability to, I guess, approve this entire contract or one of those two areas as well. So.
Yeah, that helps, yeah, because as Council Williams said, that one of them is.
Councilor Doty?
How much is the software?
I don't know.
Is it $50,000?
That's a good question.
I don't know. It probably is not $50,000. Then there'd be training to get somebody up to speed on it. But anyway.
Because I agree with Councilor Williams. I mean, I think we could all walk through those areas and go, there needs to be a light here. It's really dark. You know, I don't think we're judging it like our downtown corridor where we're not quite sure. So I'd like to hear some comments. It looks like Councilor Dittenberg's light's on, but I mean, I have a tough time going, we don't need a light at this corner when there is absolutely no light at the corner. And I think our citizens have weighed in on where they like to see a light. And I get it, we need to be efficient. We certainly don't want to be putting up lights and taking them down and moving them around. But it's not lit up over there like we're trying to figure out one little spot that doesn't have a light in it. So I guess that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilor Dittenberg?
Well, shoot, you pointed to that way first, and you stole all my thunder, but I was going to recommend, these 6 experts, right? Buy us dinner, and let's walk downtown and say, this light's out, and this light's out, and let's make this, because I think the best consultant that we had was some gentleman named Miguel Orozco, who came in here and took a bunch of photographs and said, this is really poor, and this is really good, and this is poor. And I'm kind of with Councilor Williams and Councilor Doty. We need to bring the expertise in our own house, and this is one of those items I'd like to table to see whether or not we can buy the software, or we just have a special meeting at 10:35 tonight. And we put a little skin in the game ourselves rather than always going to somebody else. So that's my thought.
Councilor Register?
Yeah, I just want to point out that we do not have an urban renewal here yet, but if we do, will that be, wouldn't that study be included in there already? Like, we're kind of duplicating again, just like we did or thinking about doing 2 URAs in the same area. Now we've got 2 studies going on in the same area, because I feel like this is another reason why we spent the money to hire Roger Brooks to do those kinds of studies on what we need already. So, well, anyway, I guess that's my statement. I feel like this is already being taken care of. So I'll just go ahead and make a motion to deny it, if we can just move forward.
So, yeah, let's have Ray Lynn.
Okay, so in regards to urban renewal funding and why it's a timing issue. So if we were to create a district, if the district was created by the end of this calendar year, because that's where it's set off of, because it's really the tax base and not the fiscal year, the soonest that we would receive any increment would be January of 2027. And so that is why currently we would not be able to use urban renewal funds for this unless we wanted to wait until at the earliest January 2027, depending on how much property values go up between the base and urban renewal. As it comes to experts, and I have found, just from speaking in my department and just the knowledge base, yes, we have fantastic staff here at the city, but sometimes we do have to hire experts that are very specific in their information that they can provide. And so it's either a time or software and money. So I appreciate all the feedback that this is such an easy study, but I can speak for a lot of my staff and a lot of probably public works staff that we are working on all the other projects that we have as timing. And I know this came up for the discussion from parking and just comments from the community. And so we are wanting to make sure this was done timely, and that's why a lot of time we do outsource to professional services.
Councilor Ogden, do you have another comment?
I have some questions for Bruce, if he'll come back up. So Bruce, you said the cost was equal for the two areas. So the number I have is $58,920. Is that for both areas, or is that for each area?
That's for both areas. So it's actually split 50-50, so it's 29,000 and change for each area.
Okay. And so I just kind of want to define the boundaries a little bit more, because we've had citizen input and council discussion about concerns of people walking downtown and not having enough lighting, and employees walking back and forth to where they park, coming downtown to work. So one area would be right downtown, south of the railroad tracks. Is that what, am I correct there?
Yes, the one area, the downtown area, is south of the railroad tracks down to essentially Blaine. No, sorry, down to Cleveland. And the other, and then east to west is 5th over to 10th.
Okay, okay,
That's the area proposal.
okay.
The second one is everything north of the tracks.
That's my questions. Thank you, I appreciate it. I just have a comment if you allow.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be it would be a priority to me to make sure we had the proper lighting in our downtown area where people are walking and working and moving around at night. As far as the stuff north of the tracks, it's definitely a need, but again, I believe it might be better used as part of our urban renewal development going to the north. But downtown lighting, because of the number of people we have downtown at dark hours, especially in the wintertime, I believe proper lighting would be pretty important.
Councilor Denver?
Yes, thank you. This is a question I don't know that you can answer. Maybe you can answer.
I'll try.
What's driving the bus to do it now? Have we earmarked money that we're going to go right down and start fixing streetlights? Or are we waiting for this study because Idaho Power is going to come in and go, hey, we're going to take care of it and we're going to fix all the streetlight? What's driving the bus for this study now?
I think it started with the parking downtown a year ago, and there was a promise, as I understand it, to upgrade the lighting downtown at that time. Our own electrical crew actually last week worked a night shift through a graveyard so that they could check all the lights out, and they made a list of all the lights that were off in the downtown and other areas around town, so that they can go back and do those. But as far as the impetus, I guess, to do this lighting study, I believe it started with the downtown parking area, trying to make a commitment to the businesses downtown to improve the lighting and safety lighting there.
I also believe that street lighting is really low-hanging fruit. If you want to improve a neighborhood and improve a downtown, you fix street lighting, and it's pretty inexpensive and low-hanging fruit. So.
And there are a couple different ways that you can improve lighting. One is to increase the intensity of the wattage on the fixtures. They can only go to a certain wattage, but you could do that. And the other one is to decide, are there areas that the spacing is too far apart and you need to intensify the lighting. And that's typically what the software does, is it kind of analyzes different options and says, this is the best, or these are your two best options. So.
Councilor Doty?
Thank you. And I believe we have earmarked 50,000 for lighting on our north side. And that's what I'm saying. Are there any lights over there to even analyze that we need more lights? And that's, I meant, all those streets are dark. There's a street light here or there. So I'm pretty sure, though I'm no expert and I don't have that software, that it's going to say the streets are pretty dark on the north side. And so, again, I certainly I don't want to delay getting streetlights to the north side if we're going to base it off of this survey, because I think it already exhibits a problem, that it's dark. And so I guess I don't really know where I'm going with the conversation, other than I don't think we need a study to say it's dark over there. And I get Councilor Allgood's point about downtown, where we do have lots of lighting, but maybe the voltage isn't quite right, or one could go here or there. But on the north side, we could all walk down there and say a light would go really good right here. And I get that none of us are experts on lighting, but it's not like we have a ton of lighting where we're worried about where they connect. There's areas where there is no lighting, so a light probably should go in those areas. So, am I wrong to say that we did earmark 50,000 for the north side in lighting? That is correct. I'm getting a head shake from Mr. McDonald. So, and Miguel has told us, I get that he's a citizen there, but he lives there all the time and has given us a list of where we can start. And I think if we were worried about where we're going to place the next light, because 2 lights are close by, certainly someone with some expertise could say what the best location is for that. But when you have no locations, they're gonna say the north side's dark, I'm pretty sure. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So with regard to that 50,000 earmarked for lighting isn't what we're proposing to spend on this study, is it?
No, it's two different timelines. So the amount that is proposed today is in the fiscal year 25 budget, and the 50,000 is in the fiscal year 2026 budget, which doesn't start until October 1st.
And then if I could, Mr. Mills, I get it, your staff is so busy, and you guys are doing, I can't say enough good about what you've done for our city. If we could get the software, is that something you'd be interested in? Or are you just so overworked that you'd rather not even go down that path? Because I don't think it's a bad question to ask. There would be other places in the city we could use it, and other times, I'm sure. Or is that something your bandwidth is so thin already that even if we gave it to you at no cost, you'd say you still don't have the manpower to do it?
It's a good question. I'm not familiar enough with the software to know really how tough it is to figure it out and use it. But I mean, I'm kind of like one person, so. And I know engineering has lots of challenges with just getting the tasks done that they get done. So I don't know if Haley, do you want to comment on that or not? Because,
yeah, thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Councilor Williams and council members. Certainly engineering could look at hiring staff that could fit that role, and certainly we could train staff to utilize the software. Typically, I would imagine that the software, I'm trying to remember, and I apologize, it's late, so the name of the device is slipping my mind, but there's a device that they often use that measures the lights, so that they can put together a photometrics design, and it's the photometrics that they calculate and field that they enter into the software, so then they can decide what fixtures to use. So we would probably need the device and the software, and then to train an employee. I do know currently we are pretty decently overworked. We have 2 engineering positions still open where we're having a difficult time filling engineering positions in the engineering department, and we would probably want an engineer to be the one looking at the software. So certainly if we could get staffed up, I think that it's something that we could consider at this time. We are working very diligently to just keep up with the workload that we have.
We might as well drag this on a little bit longer. How did we select this company at 50,000?
They were on our on-call list, and I've actually been very impressed with the work they've done on designing our signals for a very reasonable price. So I asked them if they had this capability, and they did, and they had the software. So that's kind of how I got to this, where we are tonight.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Allgood?
I'm ready to make a motion if everybody else is.
I already made it.
Oh, you did?
Time ago.
Oh, if I missed it, I apologize. I'll have to hear it again.
Yeah, I said I moved to deny it, and then and then Raylan had something to
Oh,
say.
yeah.
so.
Was there a second? I don't
Not
think
yet.
there was a second,
No.
so. Okay, so I guess, so there's a motion to deny, which would deny both of those projects, lighting studies. So is there, I guess, is there a second? Okay, so that motion dies for lack of a second. So is there a new motion?
I'll see if I can get a second.
Counselor Allgood.
Okay, my motion would be kind of what I said before. I would move to approve the study downtown because I feel like that's a priority. Winter Wonderland and all those things, lots of people down here in the dark. I believe it's a priority, so I would move to spend the $29,000 and change for the downtown study. I also strongly support spending the $50,000 on the north end as soon as we can to get more lights there. And then I believe the north end should be brought back in the near future with this conversation again. But right now, my motion is that we do the downtown portion of that study.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second, and if I could, Mr. Mayor, we could always revisit the north end later, especially since this is an outfit that's already on board with you and working with us. And so this might be a good way to approach it. And I don't think we're against what we're doing. I think this council, and it's why I thought we should discuss it, as all this really comes to light and gives us more to think about. But I appreciate the thought into it. And we may come back 6 months from now and give you the north end too, but I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we do have a motion from Counselor Allgood, a second from Counselor Williams for approval of half of the request, and that would be focusing on the downtown lighting study and not the other portions of that. So any discussion on that motion? So with that, the TV I know turned off, so do a voice.
Mr. Mayor?
What's that?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just for a point of order, I think consulting with the finance director, maybe the motion's properly for sufficient to cover the project that Councilor Allgood is talking to instead of just half, if that would.
Just to make sure that it is that specific number for the downtown.
So instead of basing it on the price being cut in half, basing it on the
downtown
part of the project you want to
Yes,
complete.
yes. So yes, whatever that downtown portion comes to in cost, half of whatever that is, that's the motion I make, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very
Is that good enough?
Excellent. Okay, so this TV's off, but I don't know if you can see the sides. We do have those still on. So with that, voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, voting is closed, and I see lots of green, so that motion passes unanimously. Okay, so that moves us into finance report. Counselor Allgood.
I move that accounts payable in the amount of $4,139,224.75, represented by check numbers 187,611 through 187,862, and electronic payments and payroll in the amount of $776,716.53, represented by check numbers 40057 through 40076, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Do we have a second? Motion from Counselor Allgood, second from Counselor Dittenber for approval of the finance report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That motion passes. I thought we were about done, but we still got a ways to go. So we have a discussion item, police and fire fiscal policies. So Raylan.
And the big thing I wanted to talk about with this draft, so we in finance have to follow GASB for our financial statements, and GASB has very specific definitions for how we restrict funds. And so the two things I wanted to talk about is how we are going to commit restrict special revenue. That's what we're requesting. So you can see those balances, or those fund types. So includes cemetery perpetual fund, street fund. So we commit those specific ones and restrict those to those fund balances. So that doesn't change the property tax, we can still reallocate the property tax. It just, any fund balances are used for those specific things on the financial statements. On top of that, you'll see we want to add with the reserve of the 30%, we want to restrict that now on the financial statements. Usually it's classified under just uncommitted, and so we want to restrict that to where it is used for reserve. We would still talk about it in the budget. This is just something that is restricted on the financial statements as a cash balance. But the big thing that I wanted to talk about, I know in our workshops we talked about police and fire and the discussion on whether or not we wanted those balances restricted or not. So as the revenue and expenditures, right now the revenue in that specific department for police and fire is less than the expenditures. And so over time that's going to, their retained fund balance is going to turn negative. Whether we wanted to keep that as still on the financial statements as part of, or just make them part of the general fund and not restrict that fund balance. So that is the guidance that I'm looking from you guys today on whether you wanted to keep that, as well as following those special revenues for that committed balances. So,
Councilor Dittenber, and then Councilor Williams.
Raylan, thank you. I've had this conversation with you before, I think, on a number of occasions. So I think what we're talking about as the document that I'm looking at now is currently we assign specific purposes for police and fire within the general account. Is that correct?
that's correct. So,
But you're considering, or you would like us to consider, going to option D, which would be unassigned those categories. So if there is a little savings in police and fire is over, it balances out and we're not pointing fingers at anybody for being good or bad.
that is correct. So, yes, if it started to make it to where we wanted to incentivize police and fire, again, if the revenues were matching expenditures in those specific departments, we could make those fund balance committed again. But right now, with how the revenue is not matching expenditures in those specific departments, it would be my recommendation to make it just part of general fund and not commit those specific balances. And it is just in the general fund I'm talking about, so the capital balances and the impact fee balances are all, those are committed separately. This is just in the general fund.
So one final question for you. So this is, you have an acronym up there, generally accounted something B. So this is a generally accepted procedure. You can do one or other legally and be within the confines of the law.
So the GASB is Government Accounting Standards Board. So that is, you'll hear GASB and you'll hear GAAP. So GAAP is the generally accepted accounting principles. That's what we follow when we put together the financial statements. But because we are government, we also follow GASB, which has specific rules for the government side of financial statements.
Councilor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I appreciate the nods from Justin as he's confirming everything you're saying, and that's good. Two comments. First of all, I do think it would be best for public understanding, because there are other ways in the city that we're using general fund money to balance their budgets, so to speak. But because we don't account for it the same way, it appears to the public like fire and police are overspending when they haven't. They're spending within their budget. In fact, I know many years they haven't even spent their budget. But the other follow-up question I would have, and I'm glad DC and Chief Daniels are here, is this works best when we have good partners, because the risk is now we got to spend everything in our budget because it doesn't accrue to your own reserve. And it's most helpful for the city when we've got the best of intentions and saying, look, this year we can stay under like we've done in the past. And so I think that's the risk, and I trust our leaders, and I say that sincerely. I trust our leaders that they're doing what's best for the city. And so that, I just wanted that on the table because I know that's what we've talked about before as well. But I'm in favor of going to that model then, where we're not holding it against them.
Counselor Allgood?
So Raylyn, when you have this general pot of fund balance, who makes the decision how that is spent?
In the general fund directly, that would be between department requests as well as the mayor and discussions with me, yeah. And then I think it also comes down to city council as we present it in the workshops. For example, we had the property tax rebate that we were going to give back for low income, and use fund balance for that in this year's budget. But based off city council's recommendation during the workshop, we took that out of the budget, and that was planned use of fund balance, but that was no longer in the budget.
But generally, if one of the two agencies wanted something, the $1 million truck or whatever, it wouldn't come to council, or it would?
No, so all council policies would still be followed, such as, so this only pertains to the financial statements only. So any budget decisions or requests for use of fund balance would always come to city council or be part of the budget. That would not, this is only for the financial statements to identify on the financial statements whether it's committed to public safety or not committed to public safety. And if we continue it committed to public safety, that is totally fine. But what ends up happening is because right now in general fund it's balanced, but in those specific departments, there is not enough revenue, property tax revenue, to offset their budget. And so what's happening is that committed to public safety is going to turn into a negative number instead of a positive fund balance number.
Right.
And so even if they were to spend less than in their budget immensely, they would have to spend less than the revenue that comes in. It's not less than their budget, it's less than the revenue.
Right,
So-
right. So, but this is not going to solve that problem.
No, I think, no, it's not gonna solve this problem. There's gonna have to be strategic changing in how we allocate property tax and really reviewing finances and, working with the mayor, city councils, and the departments to really fix that problem. It's gonna take a couple of years, so.
So, just one more comment?
Yep.
So, I've done this a long time, and I was police chief for a long time, and DC, just so you know, historically, and I don't mean anything bad, guys, but the fire department blows up their budget like, on fund balance like crazy. The police department saved, the fire department burn it up. And that historically, that was the way it was. And I can tell you, having gone through 2009, 10, 11 as chief, fund balance was the only way we survived.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're signing on for this, understand these guys know how to spend money. But anyway, I don't have a strong opinion either way. I would take the recommendations of professionals, but my experience has been some of that.
Should we talk about overtime, Chief Daniels?
Got another hour?
I will make the comment, if we did see it reverse where the revenue was over the expenditures, and we saw that where police and fire started to retain a fund balance, that was just going back into the general fund, that there would be additional discussions to see if we wanted to put that back in place, just to have that as an incentive. And also, I think it's important to just have an option to help fund future capital improvements. It's an easy option if, to have that coming, so they're not losing that to fund significant capital improvements, so.
Councilor Stoddard?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just want to remind everybody, if we look at the ratios of what we're supposed to have, police officers versus population, we need a lot more police officers according to the ratios, and we wouldn't have that, situation if we were filled up, because we would be spending more money. But we need to keep in mind too that we're definitely short of staff, especially on the police department side. So, thank you.
Any other discussion? Did you get the direction you're hoping for?
Yes, the hope would
Okay.
be that this will come back in September sometime, so thank you.
Very good. Thank you. You're more than welcome. Okay, so with that, that is all the items on the agenda. However, so we are going to go into executive session. Who? Oh, that's right. So, okay, sorry about that. Council comments. I think Councilor Allgood tonight gets to start us off, if I remember right.
I don't have anything tonight, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
very good. We should start with you every night then. Councilor Denver.
I just want to say that the city of Caldwell is a remarkable city. I just got done spending almost a week at the rodeo and at the Buckaroo Breakfast, as did many other people, and everything seemed to go smooth. We have a great rodeo, a great city, and I appreciate all the 200, 300 volunteers that made it work.
Very good. Councilor Doty.
Thank you. Yes, the rodeo was sold out Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, so that's great news. And then on another positive note for our city, and this kudos will go to the police, we received some information that even though we have one of the fastest growing cities, if not the fastest in the state, that we experienced a 13.04 year-to-date reduction in Part 1 crime and a 20.7 year-to-date reduction in traffic collisions. So kudos to our police department.
Yep, they're doing a great job. Councilor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to tell everybody that we did concern ourselves about the north side here last week. Went to one of their meetings, and I wanted to compliment Council Register and especially Mr. McDonald on their input. I think those folks really appreciated it. In fact, I had calls the next day on how much they appreciated at least caring about their difficulties, and they are difficulties and very expensive ones, but both of you did a great job. Don't let it go to your heads, though. Thank you.
Good. Councilor Register.
Yeah, me too. I was really happy with everything that you had to say, and hopefully get an update soon so that we can figure out if we can help. That was from Mr. McDonald. I was glad to see you there too. But I was also going to give a shout out. She left already, but I've been watching the Parks and Rec social media, and it's great. It's really fantastic. And the reels that, I don't know who's doing it. I'm guessing Tiffany's doing it. No, somebody else is doing it. A marketing assistant is doing it. And I can see a progression, and it's really cool, and I love the reels and the music. Same thing with the fire department. I'm guessing that's Bianca, right, that does that. So I've just noticed a kind of an up-to-date, and then also just that we have new playground equipment at Luby and Memorial Park, right, which I think nobody thought would ever happen. So I just wanted to give Tiffany a little bit of a shout-out for getting so much done.
Yep, she's doing great. I thought maybe it was Chief Perry doing all those reels out there on Instagram and stuff, so late at night. So no comment from me. I know we got more to go, so just thank you to everybody. Oh yeah, sorry. This is throwing me off, so I apologize. Councilor Williams, sis.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things, and I appreciate the time. First of all, I want to continue the shout out to the rodeo. Probably the greatest event that Caldwell hosts by far, and there's just not enough thank yous to go around to the entire rodeo board. Really appreciate their generosity to us as a city and the way they just run a first-class show, and so I wanted to mention that. Back to Parks and Rec, there was a really exciting meeting at Parks and Rec, and Morgan Besaw joined us in it last week. And I tell you, the vision casting that is happening over there, I mean, they were talking about an indoor rec center where there could be basketball and volleyball and indoor soccer and indoor pickleball. And it's just casting vision, but I think your Parks and Rec Commission has a lot of opportunity to give input and think of what we need and where we need it. But the thought of Caldwell having a state-of-the-art indoor sports complex just excited me, and I know excited a lot of people in the room. And thank you to Morgan for being there and helping us understand the pathways and bikes and how it melds with Parks and Rec. And then finally, I think this is the last council meeting in August, is it not, Mr. Mayor? Which means we probably ought to give a shout out to the young lady sitting down here at the end of the row. Is this not her last, is this your last? And so I just want to say thank you to Debbie Geyer.
Yep. Oh, yes. Yeah. No, thank you so much for that. And That's right. Well, and we're not done yet, like I said. So we're going to make her stick around for executive session. She doesn't get to go home quite yet. So yeah, again, the rodeo is amazing. It was so much fun. And yeah, Debbie, it's been incredible. Excited to celebrate her a few times coming up in these next couple weeks, and just to enjoy these last few days and weeks that she'll be here with us. So can't say enough great things about her and Norm as well. Just an amazing family and what they've done for Caldwell for so many years. So with that, I would stand for a motion to go into executive session. So we got to get the description on it. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Motion to enter into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 74206D to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 Idaho Code and 74206I, to engage in communications with a representative of the public agency's risk manager or insurance provider to discuss the adjustments of a pending claim or prevention of a pending claim, prevention of a claim imminently likely to be filed.
Motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddick. And we do actually have it up on the board. So with that, voting is open at this time to go into executive session. All votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. So thank you to everyone for coming this evening. We appreciate you being here and enjoy the opportunity to leave and get to bed earlier than all of us that get to remain.